Longer track.
Mark Welsh getting a little slideways. We have some action all over the race course. I absolutely love this picture-in-picture, so a huge shout out to Hammer King Productions. Thank you, Caleb. So up next is going to be Nathan Thompson, number 930. I believe that's a Your Racer. Nathan Thompson, 930.
Yep, that's one of our guys, one of our regular racers. In his Turbo S machine there. He is off the line.
Nathan Thompson, 930, stirring up dust. Up next will be the 4957 of Zachary Davis. He is out of Placeholder, Arkansas.
Well, that shot you got right there on the camera, that's them heading back into the back section of the track. So,
and just look at the dust getting stirred up. This will be a race to the finish. I believe that's... Does that be Mike Slauson, I believe?
I think you're right. Nope, number 59.
59.
Slauson's 307.
So that's Austin Painter. I believe Josh Smith, our pole setter, is still out front.
Looks like we're getting ready to drop the green there. 4957 just left behind.
4957, Zachary Davis. Out of Placeholder, Arkansas, out on course. Up next is going to be the 1213 of Bree Vigil.
They're new to racing with us. They raced PAL with us, and they did an excellent job in PAL. So they're out of Colorado. So they put on some miles to get up here. As far as everybody, they did put on quite a few miles.
There is action absolutely everywhere you look here for the TDK Big Sky 200. There's Jacob Versey, Jacob the Blonde Ambition Versey, number 43 out of Idaho Falls, Idaho. As Bree Vigil takes the course, number 2313. Up next will be number 5, Chad Martin, part of the Ultra4 crew out of La Junta, Colorado. Team Radical Racing in his Polaris Turbo S. Running the KMC wheels, Factor 55.
We got one guy coming out of the bottom there on the short course.
These UTVs all look very similar, and the dust is going to be thick, so it's going to be tough.
I'm pretty sure that is Burkhart, Kyle Burkhart. I think I got that with the yellow lights there. Purple roll cage, yes.
And Chad Martin out on course out of La Junta, Colorado with Radical Motorsports. And up next is Cale Baldick, number 408. I believe he's a Your Racer.
He is. He's second year racing. He's with Brett McDonald's team, the gentleman that you interviewed earlier today. This is part of their race team. It's his nephew. So he had a bad. He rolled her last few weeks ago in Powell, Wyoming. Sat her right up on the lid, upside down, and
took a tumble, but it looks like he got the car back together.
It's looking good.
Together.
The biggest thing was getting the shocks back together. It looks like he must have got them on, and back out going.
So up next, Matt Torney was a little out of order, but number 804, Matt Torney, out of Fort Collins, Colorado. His son Greg is already out on course, part of Draco Motorsports. He's racing a Can-Am X3 Turbo, RCV, Sedona Tire and Wheel, Warren, and HCR. It's really cool to see him and his son racing together on the course at the same time. It's a combat veteran-owned race team. They do all their fab in-house. His first race with Ultra4 was King of the Hammers 2020, and Matt Torney used to fly F-16 fighter jets. How cool is that?
That's super cool.
And now he's out here racing with Ultra4 and Your. So Matt Torney, number 804, with Draco Motorsports, putting that Can-Am to work. At the Can-Am start finish, there goes Matt Torney. So up next is Austin Boyd. This is the RS1 Your class.
Yes, Austin Boyd. He's I think he just turned 16, maybe 17.
That's
He's right
awesome.
there. He's one of our youth racers that moved up into this RS1 class after a couple years of racing. He went through that 900. He was pretty hard on her for that first couple of years.
So Austin Boyd, number 929, out on course. The UTVs will be racing 4 laps at just over 40 miles per lap. So they'll be racing just shy of 200 miles. Up next is going to be the number 88, Vance Peterson, part of Your.
Vance Peterson is also another one of the youths that jumped up. He's in an RS1 also. He jumped up this year also into this class. So another one of our youths. That's the great thing about this. When you got a youth class,
moving their way up the ranks.
Moving their way up the ranks. You can see how they're doing, and that's what's bringing a racing, keeping it alive.
So number 88, Vance Peterson. Right behind him will be Tim Leach in that 2X RS1 that just got ran by his cousin? Nephew. Yep.
Oh, the younger kid ran it in the youth. So
Tim Leach getting ready to take off, another Your racer. Sorry about that little hiccup we just had. We lost a little internet, but it looks like we've got it back and fixed and running. So again, huge shout out to everybody for tuning in. Thank you very much, each and every one of you. This is the TDK Big Sky 200. I'm Miles alongside with Grizz, and we'll be bringing you the racing action all day long. So again, a huge shout out to Hammer King Productions for bringing this all together. We've got the Montana drone out there as well. So we have 4 live drones all over the race course, and you can see the dust is thick. So up next, getting ready to take off, an Ultra4 competitor, Mr. Shane Smith, number 223. He is out of Lotus, California, part of Chupacabra race team, and a single-seat RS1 Polaris Razor, Elite Power Incorporated, Factory UTV, Method, ZRP, and HCR. His first Ultra4 race was the Nationals back in 2016. So up next is going to be Casey Welty, number 622. This is the start of the 1000 production. Believe all of these will be part of the Your Series except for Robert Taylor. So Casey Welty, number 622.
Oh, Casey Welty's one of our racers. You are correct. He's raced with us several years out of Colorado. And he's in a Wildcat, one of the naturally aspirated.
Yeah, it's fun to see all the different manufacturers out here. You know, we sometimes we'll see Yamahas, we'll see Wildcats, we'll see the Honda Talon, lots of Can-Ams, Polaris. You know, it's just really cool to see all the different manufacturers coming out here. And there's a lot of manufacturer support here as well.
Yes, there is.
So up next, number 8 is going to be John Leach and another Wildcat. The UTVs will be racing 4 laps, just over a 40-mile loop per. That's the 976.
That's Aaron
T. It
Kane.
starts with a T.
Aaron Kane.
Okay.
T976.
Yep.
Aaron Kane.
Great shot from that Yukon launch. There goes John Leach.
He's in the short course there, as you can see in the screen.
Number 1, Paul Leach will be taking off next. Another Your Racer.
Yep.
Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series.
There's a whole Leach family out here racing. It's nice to see that, from kids all the way out, the whole family of racers. About ready to take off as soon as she drops the flag there.
There goes Paul Leach, screaming that Wildcat at the Can-Am start-finish line. Up next, number 9227, Robert Taylor, out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. Berserk Off-Road Racing, racing a Honda Talon 1000R. Oh no, there's one that jumped in there, sorry, 856. Don't have a name on my sheet. I do apologize. Looks like Rogers, number 856, Rogers will be taking out.
It's Corey Rogers. He did not qualify yesterday.
So Corey Rogers, number 856, heading out. And now it's going to be Robert Taylor, number 9227. There's a lot going on. I do apologize. I'll miscall a few things, but we are doing our best and having a lot of fun with it.
This is a huge class.
Yeah, we have
There's
over
30.
40 UTVs that are out there on course. And we still have one more after that missed his lineup. But up next is going to be Robert Taylor, out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, with Berserk Off-Road Racing in his Honda Talon 1000R. Lots of these UTVs have belts, but the Honda Talon has an actual transmission, so it's got different gears. So if that plays an advantage in today's races, because I know I saw a few broken belts out pre-running.
Yeah.
Great shot from our aerial drone.
He did not qualify either. He was broke. He had to do a bunch of welding repair.
Well,
So
glad to see him back out on course. Looks like here's number 919. That was Nathan Smith. We missed him earlier. He missed his lineup. So number 919, Nathan Smith, He'll be our last UTV to take the line.
On the screen there, you got see them coming into the short course there.
They are
two cars. I'm pretty sure that was Casey in that 05 car right there. Septica. We got two 05s out there, so it'll be a
little tricky to keep going on. Ours is Chad Martin, but I don't think that's him, so I think you are correct. Up next, we're going to kick off the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. So this class, you can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel, mechanical steering, 37-inch DOT tires, front-mounted engine. So John Matthews was our pole setter for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. He fed us some amazing pork tacos last night, so a huge shout out to John. Out of Auburn, Washington, Off Track Motorsports. He's driving an 04 Jeep TJ with a 5.7. Turbo 400, Yukon, Trail Ready, Milestar, Masterpole, Fox, and PRP. He owns Auburn Car Repair. He's got multiple podiums, and he just got 7 points for being the pole setter. Another one of his nice sponsors is Hales Ales Brewery. And John's missing his son Connor's graduation, and Connor's his normal co-driver, so he's got Dr. Dre riding co-dog with him. So love the dedication to come racing with us here at the Big Sky 200. Up next is going to be the John Grounds, number 4570, out of Phoenix, Arizona, with Proving Grounds Racing. He's pulling double duty today. He'll race in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and in the 4400 class. And we were able to sneak an on-car camera last night. How cool is that? We'll see how it works. We're testing a few things out, but Travis, got a few things dialed in, and there he is. That's a view from the racetrack live. How cool is that, Grizz?
That is awesome.
And that goes to show you.
And pointed to it. He's coming across the flats here. They're moving here. Stay with this shot. It's going to go off. Oh.
929. But John Grounds just takes off. He's got a Jeep running a 6.2 Mopar, Fly Off-Road, Summit Racing, Holly, Factor 55, Tom Woods Drive Shaft, Spider Tracks, PRP, Fox, BFG, Dirty Life Racing Wheels, and Motive Gear. John Grounds and Bailey Cole are the only two racers racing the entire season, so a huge shout out to John Grounds for all of his dedication.
Looks like there on the screen we have Austin coming through. He's on the lower quarter qualifying track, so he's moving pretty good through there.
And up next, we're going to kick off the 4600 Spider Track stock class. You have to have a stock OEM frame, stock engine, factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, singles 2.5 shocks per corner, factory-style suspension, mechanical steering. And off first setting the pole is Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports out of Fort Collins, Colorado. He's running a 2004 Toyota 4Runner. It's got IFS up front, stock V8, part of Yoda Mafia. You're running Yukon, General Tire, Warren, Optima batteries, and Factor 55. His co-driver, Will Oliver. He's got Hayden Deathridge as his crew chief in the IAMS Oil Hot Pits. And his first race was King of Hammers 2021, just a few months ago. Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports. You should really check out their social media. They do an amazing, amazing job with it. Following Alex Fleming is going to be John Snell, number 4671. I had a great shot with him and his wife Tracy earlier on this week. Great family affair. They're out of San Bernardino, California, part of Proving Grounds Racing. That's a 1995 Jeep ZJ with a 5.2 Magnum stroker, running the Yukon, Nitto, Dirty Life Race Wheels, PRP, Fox, and ARB. John has been active in the off-road race world for over 30 years. 2018 was his first year racing Ultra4. John Dykes is riding shotgun with him and with Steve Graff later today. John still has multiple podiums. I'm going to give John Dykes another huge shout out because he's pulling double duty. He's going to do in the Big Sky 350 because he's racing 3 laps now and 4 laps later in the big race. So John Dykes is really putting out his heart and soul today. So last but not least is me, Joshua Pat. He did miss qualifying yesterday, but he did make it back here to the start line. So number 37 out of Denver, Colorado. with Rock Tech Racing. He's running a Toyota. Stock drivetrain, Fox, BFG, Trail Gear, All-Tech, Marlin Crawler, and Warren help him get here. This is he's been racing with us just a little while, but great to see Joshua Pat out here racing in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So we're going to have just about 50 cars out on course. Grizz, there's going to be dust everywhere, buddy.
Oh, I'm looking behind me here, and you can just see it sitting in the valleys back in there. It's going to be amazing.
So Joshua Pat takes off in that Toyota, grabbing a couple gears, running that 5-speed transmission.
Next up, we should have lining up for me is Scott Grimm out of Bozeman, Montana, Belgrade area. He's been racing with us for 3 years now, so he always puts on a heck of a show, does a great job. He would be in our comp class. So comp class is a little bit different. You can have a bigger suspension front and rear. You can have coilovers on either the front or the rear. You can't have it on both. Stock engine, stock location, not stock engine, sorry. You can do some mods to the engines, but you got to have that mounted in the stock location, no mid-engine area.
So number 308 in that Ford Bronco out on course. Looks like it's number 2113 up next.
Oh, this is Eric Boyd from Boyd's Garage. So he's one of our sponsors, also one of our racers. He missed PAL, so he's coming back here, hoping he's running pretty good, can earn some points back to chase the championship. He did win the championship a year before last with us, so he's trying to win that back. Once again, this is Eric Olson, sorry on that, racing here and off to the start.
And look at that picture-in-picture. We got the Can-Am start line, then we have our live drones out there, and now we're on live with John Matthews out on course. And this shows you how tight this two-track actually is and how rough it is. Like right through here, you have to really check up. So this was where pre-running comes in handy. How awesome is that to have a live camera out on course in the middle of Montana? 10,000 acres, live camera on the car. Hammer King Productions is killing it.
But Eric Olson leave the line there. Man, this wind has just died down on us compared to 2 days ago.
Looks like we have about 10 more cars to take off out on course. Up next
we have
is
the
number 11
car and Jeep Speed car. Here he's racing in our comp class. Believe it's Ben and Cheyenne Adams. So my daughter's running shotgun with Ben in this class.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
they're pitted right next to Bailey Cole. I saw him pull up the other day.
So this is her first time riding with him. She usually races or rides with CJ, who we saw qualify yesterday.
Oh, in the yellow car, yeah.
In the yellow car, that's usually where her ride is. He didn't make it, lost all oil pressure after qualifying yesterday.
Right along with John Matthews once again. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in all over the world. This is the TDK Big Sky 200. This is a joint race with Ultra4 North and the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. I believe that's the Leach car and that RS1 cruising along in the top left. And you can see where this course crisscrosses all over. You can see the rest of the Your class getting ready to take off. There's one of the Wildcats hitting the Yukon launch. We are bouncing around everywhere. There is action all over this race course.
There's a shot of the start finish again. A nice camper there. That's where me and Miles are sitting in and out of the sun.
In the Montana drone camper, right along with John Matthews. He's clipping along the fence. He'll be heading back towards the start-finish line where they kind of come real close, I believe. Yeah, that's right next to the road where we drive in. Number 3 taking off.
3 taking off here out of the hole. New racer with us.
Mike's playing race ops and helping me, so Grizz is being busy.
Okay, that car that just took off out of start there, that's actually a stock truck, but he wanted to race more miles, so he jumped up into the comp class, and he's racing stock rig in the comp class.
I mean, that's why you're here. You're here for seat time, so why not go out there and have some fun? So good on him for stepping up to a bigger class and just having fun. And this is one of those tight technical sections. You get on the top left, you can just see where they drop down that big ledge, and now he's carrying a wheel, so it's off camber. This course is tough. Up next is the 509.
509 is Scotty Stevens. That's a custom build. I know it looks like a bug, like you should be running
kind of like a class 5 car.
But he's got a swapped out engines, done framework, huge suspension work, so it happens to be he made that thing fit right into our comp class.
Good for him.
The whole time he was building it, he was making sure it stayed.
Low battery warning.
Up next is the 4060, another Ford Bronco getting ready to take off. I saw him doing quite a bit of pre-running.
Yes, this is 4060. This is Queen City Off-Road here. They've been racing with us for a couple years. They also help out the 406 4800 car of 406. They're pit crew for them that will race later today.
Teamwork makes dream work.
So they're racing, and then they'll do pitting after.
The great aerial drone views from back of the ranch. Great to see the different terrain out here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. So the Ford Bronco takes out for his 40-mile loop. He'll be doing 3 loops, 3 laps of over 40 miles apiece in the stock class. Everybody else will be racing 4 laps. There's another shot of John Matthews. An amazing on-car video, just absolutely awesome to give you a point of view ride of the track. So John Matthews and Dr. Dre out there on course having fun. And again, a huge shout out to Hammer King Productions. They are absolutely doing an amazing job. We've teamed up with Montana Drone. You can go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the King of the Hammers Facebook. Hit the share button. Start a watch party. Go to Ultra4 Instagram. Hashtag it up. Hashtag Big Sky 200. Hashtag Ultra4 Montana. Hashtag Ultra4 Racing. Hashtag YORR. To share all your videos and photos all over the interwebs.
Yeah, this live footage is awesome for this big of an area and to be able to cover it.
Yeah, it's a 10,000 acre ranch just north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana. The population is only 200 people out here. The elevation is roughly 3,900 feet. And a huge shout out to Warren, the landowner of this 10,000 acre ranch. And you can just see the different 2 tracks all over. The dust is flying. There's a great shot of the Can-Am start-finish. We're in the Montana Drones just to your left calling the shots. There's the Take It Live trailer.
Lonnie Tunks. He's a stock class. In our stock class, it's a stock mod, so you can change suspension a little bit. You can go up to a 2.5-inch shock. Engine has to be a factory engine from that era. And you can run multiple shocks that are bigger than 2.5-inch. On that, no coilovers. None of that. So
up next looks like it's the 299, another Jeep Cherokee Jeep Speed looking machine.
Eden Potter's up right now in the 299 car. Keaton Potter.
There's Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports on the bottom right. Back to John Matthews and Dr. Dre.
We're almost through all this. Everybody will be on the track here shortly. I only think we got a couple more cars left, right?
Looks like 4 more cars, but one's on a strap at the start line. That's not looking good.
Yeah, it's a little tougher if you're starting out on the strap. This will leave 50 cars on the track once we get through these last 4.
Absolutely amazing on this over 40-mile loop. The stock class will run 3 laps. Everybody else will run 4 entire laps for the TDK Big Sky 200. Riding along with John Matthews once again. Getting a lot of that Yukon love on the hood.
Oh, he's
this
coming
is
down
that
by the fence. This is that off camber. That's
and if you go on that left, there's a pond there, isn't it?
Oh, it's a creek, and it's not a good creek. That's where the cows hang out, so you can imagine how that one is.
Might smell a little funny after you get out of that one.
Yeah, you're not going to smell good or be happy.
But that was a
one.
great shot of what I was talking about, the off camber.
That's number 32, Freddie, in that car.
But like I was saying, that's shows you the off camber and the little G-ouch they have. Here's another little rollers. Like I said, they're not whoops, but there's lots of rollers. And you could be clicking along up over 100 mile an hour. And if you're didn't do your pre-run and don't check up, you're going to be in trouble. This is going to be an extremely mentally tasking race. It is extremely technical. Lots of cross-throughs of fences, so you can see just right there with the dust, it is already playing its toll. And John Matthews was the first 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. He's already catching a UTV, so John's really pushing hard.
He is.
Up next is the 2517.
2517 here of Jay Almond. So he's been.
Grizz, you got your guys figured out. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, I have to help Aaron in timing, so you have to know what they look like coming up. It's the new ones that get you. Or when they change driver numbers like Jay did 2 years ago.
Yeah, we got a lot of cars. I absolutely do my best, but everybody's human and we cannot be perfect, but we have a lot of fun doing it. So up next is the 43X.
Or
43X.
43X car is... Oh, I don't have that one. Oh, Nunn. He registered late. That's Caden Nunn. He registered late yesterday. Was trying to get this truck together. He's in a stock class. He's been working pretty hard on it, trying to get it all together.
It's great to see all these F-150s or F-100s out here racing with us. Ford's one of our main sponsors, and it's just great to see all the Fords racing out here for the Big Sky 200.
See these old Fords out here running around still.
And I'm surprised how there's not much rust up here. Do you guys not get a whole lot of rust up in Montana?
We don't have the salt. They don't use the salt on the roads and stuff, so a little bit better.
It's an old manual grabbing gears.
He's been working on this truck for a long time. It's just him. So he pulled an all-nighter night before last, called us and said, hey, can I do a late registration yesterday?
A huge bicycle in the top left on one of those off-camber. This is going to be, maybe is that Scotts Bluff area?
Yeah, I think you're right. They're coming up around Scotts Bluff right there.
And that's a super cool spot. We got a drone right there, and that's my favorite part of the course. But it looks like last, but certainly not least, number 1.
John Owen. He raced with us. He does a great job.
Looks like the old Dukes of Hazzard truck theme going on.
Yep, running an old Ford pickup there. Once again, one Ultra4 sponsors. Great job there.
Riding along with John Matthews once again.
And John Owen's off.
And John Owen's number 1. The last vehicle to head out on its first lap.
I think that officially makes 50 cars on the line.
So who's going to come around first is going to be Josh Smith. We got a lot of fast guys and gals out on course. We got dust floating absolutely everywhere. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in all over the world. Now that we got everybody on course, we're going to give some of our sponsors some love, so we'll be right back after this.
Our Can-Ams that we have out here for King of the Hammers are integral in us being able to build a safe environment for racer and Joe Public. We use these things to haul our snow fence, our T-posts, our chain link fence, our bike fence, and our course marking material. So their load capacity, their ability to get across rough terrain with that load, very important. What I look for in a UTV is being rugged, reliable, powerful. These Can-Ams that we've had out here check all those boxes.
Along came a glacier to turn a land of ice into a world of wonder. And while we love getting out there, we need to protect and preserve what's out there so that it inspires just as much awe in those who discover it next. Introducing the Bronco Wild Fund, created by Ford to connect people to the outdoors responsibly.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey, Brett here from Elevated Power Sports, Billings, Montana. We're down here off of Zoo Drive exit. We are your Can-Am Ski-Doo, Sea-Doo dealer here in Billings, the one and only. We also have Husqvarna motorcycles. If you're interested in power sports, anything, we have anything and everything for everyone. Anywhere from working hard, just a weekend warrior, to just want to get out and have some fun or try something new. We also have tons of accessories to doll them up. Got all your safety equipment, riding gear, and even just some casual wear. We have pretty much everything down here. We are a full service shop. Anything we sell, we can maintain, fix, and get you squared away. Whether it's on the street, on the road, off-road, or on the water, or on the snow, we've got something for you. And make sure you check out our Facebook and Instagram social media pages. We do have a couple demo days coming up. One of them is going to be for the Sea-Doos, and then we'll also have an off-road demo day here to follow. If anybody's looking for anything, come check us out. Probably got something for you. Either that or just come hang out and say hi.
Welcome back to the 2021 TDK Big Sky 200. I'm Miles alongside with Grizz. We're running Ultra 4 with Yor. It's been an amazing day of racing, and we are just getting started for the 4500 stock, 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Alongside with all the Yor racers, we are riding on screen, on car with John Matthews. Hammer King Productions really pulled a trick out of their hat with this one. It's cool to see. And there's one that tight technical sections. I believe that's the Leech car, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
part of
he's
Yor.
coming up.
Is that Scotts Bluff area?
It's Scotts Bluff. He'll be coming down that. He's actually coming up. Lost my lunchbox. You can see him launch over the top of that. My daughter's
Yukon
named
launch?
it that year. The first time we ever came up, and one of the guys came up it too hard, and when he jumped, his lunch and everything went flying out of the cooler.
And look at the dust absolutely everywhere.
It's going
We are back. Sorry about that. A little bit of technical difficulties, but it looks like they're in the HCR hot pits with a UTV. So we're back on screen with John Matthews. And Grizz, kind of give us a mental walk around this racetrack. Give us kind of the ins and the outs on what this 40-plus mile loop is.
It's pretty open in areas, as you can see right there, but then we drop it down in quite a few draws, and it gets pretty tight on a lot of these. Real windy, real tight, real hard for these bigger cars and these wider cars to navigate through there. We have our first guy coming through the start and finish.
So that's Josh Smith, I believe, number 1948. He physically has been leading this race, and he is still out front. And that must have been him pulling into the HCR hot pit, so he must have splashed from some fuel really quick. What was this?
54:59.
Already beat my fastest time of the day
Yes, he did.
by 1 second.
There
I'll
you go.
take that. I assume it will get a little faster, so your 53-minute mark is going to be really close. But are they going to be able to beat Jason Blanton's 48-minute mark from a couple years ago?
We're going to have to wait and see.
Time will tell. This was a race to the finish. This race is on adjusted time. They took off in 1-minute increments. The Ultra4 Series and the Your Series are racing together, but will be points scored separately. The stock class will run 3 laps. Everybody else today will run 4 entire laps. This is the Big Sky 200. This race is located just north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana. This is the first Ultra4 North Series. And I think there's going to be a lot of strategy that comes into play for the national points for the Ultra4 guys.
Chasing on right there on the screen, that's the Prairie Dog Town.
And it looks
So
like that's
right
a wide open area.
Wide open. Goes from that, they'll drop right down into a draw real quick here. I don't know if the drone, you can see it right there. And then that draw gets pretty rough and
tight and technical, yep. Like I said, it looks wide open out here, but it is an extremely difficult track. I mean, there's lots of off-camber, lots of gotchas, so this is going to be a very mentally taxing race.
some big G-outs is coming up right through there, so.
I remember watching this part. We pre-ran this part of the course. It's super cool little area. He's zigzagging around that little draw area. And just look how vast this 10,000 acre ranch is. This place is absolutely amazing. The next Ultra4 race is going to be the Method Teardown in Tennessee at the AOP Off-Road Park, June 25th and 26th. It'll be the second race for the Eastern Series. And I'm going to give some shout outs to some of our sponsors. We have Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin, Method Race Wheels, Lasernut, Warn, King, Amsoil, Holly, Boxo Tools, Yukon Gear, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, All Balls Racing Group, Forest River, Progressive, Onyx Off-Road. Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, HCR, Speed Straps, Savvy, Squatchbox, MP, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, PRP, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopies, Spider Track, Spicer, and Dana. So please support who supports the sport. Without those people, Ultra4 would not be racing here today. Grizz, give some of your guys some love.
Once again, big thanks to Throttle Down Custom sponsoring this race. Support all our local sponsors. That's what keeps us out here and keeps us racing. Elevated Power Sports, Can-Am, Metalworks, Montana Drone Company, DRW Performance, Tractor and Equipment, your local cat dealer, Jim and Tracy's Alignment, J&M Tire, Copyright, Boyd's Garage, Al's Diesel, and European Porta Pots. And of course, Warren Ketchum, the landowner.
So next time you're building a race car, next time you're building a tow rig, a mall crawler, anything, please use these companies, because without those we need to support who's supporting us. So without those guys and gals, we would not be racing here today in this beautiful part of the country up in south central Montana. And it looks like that's the Leach car chasing down some dust. So they're, like I said, they took off in 1 second increments, but they're starting to chase them down.
Just
So our
came
second
through.
car
Mike
came through.
Slauson.
Mike Slauson, who started in third position. So on adjusted time, it's going to be super close between Josh Smith and Mike Slauson.
What's your guess on a lap time there?
That is going to be a 54:30.
57.
57. So Josh
Remember, 'cause
Smith.
he had to pass somebody in there. So
Yep.
Josh Smith
so
is
Josh
still running
Smith's still
faster.
a couple minutes ahead of him.
Yep.
But Mike Slauson's no slouch behind the wheel, so he's going to be chasing down Josh Smith's dust. So coming through at 11:11 roughly.
Yeah. So they're running a difference of 2 minutes 10 seconds between.
So on adjusted time, that's only a 10-second lead because he started 2 minutes behind him. So
this is adjusting it.
Oh,
for me,
you've
so-
already got it adjusted.
Yep.
Sorry about that. My
Automatically
fault.
adjust for me. So he's just running 2 minutes unadjusted time off of our first place setter right now.
But Josh Smith has had clean air all day long. Mike Slauson had to fight through some dust. So we'll see how that shakes out. But so far, so good. It's been a great day of racing, and stay tuned in all day long. We've got a lot more racing to come. We have just started this race, and we still have the 4400, the 4800, and the Pro Class coming up later on this afternoon. I believe that race kicks off at 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time Zone. Because we race all over the country, Grizz, so I got to remember where I'm at to let everybody know when to tune in. Looks like there's an old F100. That's number 1. What was his name?
John Owens.
John Owens in that F100. Dukes of Hazzard theme, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch in the qualifying area. See if he gets a little bit of hang time.
He's one of our stock racers. So he's coming up into that next corner before he comes down.
So I was one turn before the jump.
One turn early, yep.
I'm starting to learn the lay of the land. This is a cool ranch. We're hoping to get Warren Drug in the booth later on today, have a fun chat with him. He just kind of rolls it.
Coming across now, we'll see what
Number
we got
59. It's one of your guys, I believe.
Oh, Austin Painter, number 59, sitting in third place now. He ran a 58:39 lap. The difference off the leader of 3 minutes 39 seconds.
So again, the timing we only have in-house, so Grizz will keep you guys as honest as we can and updated as we can. Owen still running strong in that Ford horsepower, Ford F100. I love the old school iron that's out here racing. That looked like maybe it was Mark Welch out front, but somebody is in his dust chasing hard.
Without the wind, it is not. It looks like the breeze picking up a little, but we'll have to wait and see if she holds a little bit.
So it's obvious that Mike Slauson and Austin Painter got around Mark Welch. And here comes Jacob, the blonde ambition Versey, with a pretty solid run. He's not too far off of Austin Painter's time. They did start in 1 minute increments, and he may have him on time.
They are running, he ran a 58:39, and Austin Painter ran a 58:39, but Jake Versey did a .13.
So literally
versus
to the second, identical laps. That
identical.
is absolutely
We're talking tenths of a second
absolutely
difference. 4
amazing.
tenths to be exact.
On an over 40-mile loop, and it's down to a tenth of a second.
Yeah.
That's impressive. We'll see if they can hold their
hold it for a while.
Yeah.
You know, first you must finish to finish first. So
Absolutely, and the attrition will starting to set in after a while, I'm sure. But I haven't heard too much chatter over the PCI Race Radio.
nope, not at all.
And I kind of call this a sprint endurance because you have to run hard, but it's a long race, so you got to pace yourself. As you can see, they weave through the fences. So if you're in the dust and you're not exactly sure where you're at, and you go for a pass, you could clip a fence post.
And this section that you're seeing there going through that is, doesn't look like it from here, but there's rock. It's a lot of small rock, so you get off like.
Here comes a UTV hauling the mail. See who this is as he comes by the Can-Am?
Be Kyle Burkhart. Nah, I could be wrong.
He'll be hitting the Can-Am start finish. We'll get him on our computer here in just a moment.
Just went by the hot pits, heading in here to the Can-Am start finish.
29:59.
Kyle Burkhart, I was actually. So he's moved up a couple positions from where he started. So he ran a 59:26, so a little off pace with the rest of the guys. He's only 4 minutes off them.
Was that Mark Welch?
That was Mark Welch right there.
So he's been passed by 4 or 5 guys, so not sure if he had a flat tire, had an issue, because he's fast, so he's not just going to be out there lollygagging, letting people around him. So not sure what happened to Mark, but we'll try to get an update from him shortly.
It's not too far off, but it's an hour and 3 minutes. So
okay, so he's about
a little slower.
10 minutes off pace.
8 minutes off the leader.
There's number 32.
Ooh. Tyler Gable now just bumped up. He just ran a 58:07 lap, so he's 3 minutes off the leader. So
you could see everybody cruising by the HCR hot pits. Number 5, that's one of your racers. My number 5.
Yep, that's Casey Spector.
Perfect. We have 2 number 5s, one for your and one for Ultra4.
That'll get us by the end of this one.
There's John Grounds on screen with Proving Grounds Racing. He'll be pulling double duty. After this race, he'll hop in his Miller Pro chassis. There's the lunchbox launch, I believe, as he gets a little nose heavy. He'll remember that for the next one. But John Grounds is racing every single race this season. So huge dedication from him and Bailey Kohler, the only 2 that have raced every single race thus far this season. So a huge shout out to those 2 individuals for their dedication. This is great seat time for John. He's shooting for those national points, coming up here and racing with us. He's the engineer director for Fly Off-Road. He started racing that car 4 or 5 years ago, and he's transitioning out of it this year. He's got another driver he's trying to introduce, and he'll hopefully sell it to him and really focus on the 4400 car. Fun watching him drive through that little wash section. And this is where they drop down Scotts Bluff. That's on the back side. And like I said, we do have a drone, and this is my favorite part of the course.
I can't believe how far out they are. They're a ways. They're probably one of the furthest points you can get to from where we are.
I mean, I bet you it's by the crow flies 2 miles?
Oh, let's see, one section's just over a mile, and you're 1, 2, about 3.
3 miles over,
3 sections back, so.
It was a fun drive getting back there. You let me borrow your Jeep. I appreciate that. We had a lot of fun driving around, setting up all our internet out in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, you do owe me a tire, but I mean, that's just because...
It had a plug in when I started.
Yeah,
I just put another plug in it. As they're cruising by the Amsoil hot pits. Above the Rigid Ridge. Look at the dust. It is thick, and you can see just the dust trails all over as we got another car passing through.
Curtis. It's one of your guys.
Curtis
one
Freed.
Of our guys, I guess he races with us too. That's Curtis Freed.
And I do believe
62.
they can get points for both of our series this race, correct?
Yep.
So if they signed up for both series, they're double points, so good for them.
If they signed up in your series, and we're going to transfer the points over to ours, and
cool.
Let them keep chasing their points.
I believe that's race leader Josh Smith, if I'm not mistaken, and he is hauling out there. Just letting the dust sing.
So how our points work, I figure I better explain it to you guys. It's a little different than their points. You get starting points, finishing points, and then placing points through our series on each individual race. With all 4 races, you total up, and that's who will get our points championship at the end of that.
It's a cool way of doing it. Looks like that's Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports and that IFS Toyota in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. They've got an excellent social media following. Go make sure to go check them out at Sherpa Motorsports. They started racing with us this year at King of the Hammers, but they've been racing up here with Yor for a little while, I believe, as well.
Yes, they have. Been a great time to watching them, and they've been racing with us. And
that could be Mike Slauson. Looks like I see a bomber on top. Yes, it is. Number 307, Mike Slauson. Running strong. His brother, Randy Slauson, is our current king. And Mike Slauson has rode shotgun with his brother. One, I believe it was 2013 and 2015. So Randy Slauson is a 3-time king as we speak. So it's great to see his brother, Mike Slauson, out here enjoying his time. Mike was just down in Mexico Road with former King Jason Shearer at the San Felipe race. But back to Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports. Believe that's a Tourney car. Yes, that's it. One of the, I can't tell if that's Matt or Greg Torney that just cruised through in that Can-Am. Looks like Neelish Kumar's tuning in. And this is an absolutely amazing place to come check out. So yeah, if you want to come race with Ultra4 or Yor, come on out. We'd love to have you racing with us. Thanks, Kumar. Part of Ultra4 Europe, Ian Cherry's tuned in. Thank you, buddy. And it doesn't look dusty. It is dusty, and that's going to play its toll for passing. It's going to be pretty tough. We've had wind the last couple days, but it's really died down. So it's going to be taking its toll on these cars, you know, for visual. But also, how about your air filter? Your motors don't like this stuff either.
no, they don't. That'd be one check. If I had to go into the pits and do it, I'd knock an air filter out or swap it out. It's going to be we're eating a lot of dust here today.
Saw 59 cruising through.
We've had a pretty good gap here from those leaders to... Oh, we got somebody coming through the pit area now.
Cruising by the HCR hot pits as we speak on top of the Rigid Ridge.
Oh, he's pulling into the pits there. Don't know if he's going for a dash of fuel or what.
He's parked right behind Bailey Cole's pits. And they're on a fuel mat for safety reasons. That's a great shot from that Montana drone. So, Bo, thank you for tuning in. Our next race for Ultra4 is the Method Teardown in Tennessee at the AOP Off-Road Park, June 25th and 26th. That's our second race for the Eastern Series. So, we're racing now, and we'll be racing in 2 weeks. So, it's going to be a busy next couple weeks, but we'll have a lot of fun.
He's still in the pits, so
Yeah, we're hoping for no rain because, yeah, this super, super dry dust out here, we don't like playing in the mud like you guys do. We'd rather race than winch.
That is right. We've raced this track in the rain more than once, and it is.
I'll bet you it's pretty tough.
It's pretty tough.
Tough on parts, tough on people.
And a lot of our trucks, like we had indicated earlier, the stock and the mod and our pro trucks are all two-wheel drive trucks, so it's kind of hard to put them out there in the mud.
You just got to keep that momentum going. And that's kind of what makes Ultra4 unique. They're the kind of the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race King of the Hammers, Moab, Mexico, Sturgis, Tennessee, Kentucky, Oklahoma. We do the huge rocks, mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all. Who just came through there?
Ryan Kemmerfeld.
And we had a tourney. Was that Matt or Greg earlier?
Greg.
Greg tourney, okay.
So Matt's running an hour 3, hour 2, so fast lap still is Josh Smith at a 54.59.
54.59.
Tells you how great that clean air is.
I mean, that's why qualifying is so important. He also got 7 points for being on the pole, but that clean air, is worth its weight in gold, because you'll have 40 plus miles on that first lap of absolutely clean air. But now he'll be starting to deal with a little lap traffic, I'm sure. But the slower guys that are out back, once they see somebody behind them, they'll realize, that's the race leader. Let's pull over, let him go. As he hits the Yukon launch, gets a little bit of hang time. Number 2059.
It's Kyle Burkhart.
Kyle Burkhart running strong. That's a great spectator spot up on the rugged ridge. E.H. Hole tuning in. Thank you for checking it out. I love the coverage just as much as you. And it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. So thank you for enjoying it. Looks like Heather's tuned in, watching Kurt Fried. And he's running good, keeping up a really good pace. So thank you, Heather, for tuning in. Ultra4Racing.com/live. We got another car blowing by the HCR hot pits. We'll see if they pull in or not. They are just cruising right along. That's another UTV. Trying to get a good visual. I think that's that T796 if I had to guess.
If that's the case, it's Aaron Kane.
Aaron Kane. A little difficult, running with the Your Series. I don't know your guys quite as well. You don't know my guys quite as well. But like I said, I feel like we're doing a pretty good job bouncing off each other. I thoroughly appreciate the help, Grizz.
Oh yeah, no problem.
So he's about to hit the Can-Am start-finish.
I'll tell you in just a minute when I can see him come through your window.
Yep, that's who it was.
That's who it was. Let's see what his time is. It's an hour 5 minutes.
So not too bad. So I wait for more competitors to come across the line. We'll take a quick break, give some sponsors some love, and we'll be right back after this.
The thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
96 is inside this car here for the race.
We use the UTV 96 in this car. I'm using the VP UTV 96 fuel.
Thank you, VP Racing Fuels, for keeping me powered and getting me on top of the box.
Hey, Brett here from Elevated Power Sports, Billings, Montana. We're down here off of the Zoo Drive exit. We are your Can-Am Ski-Doo, Sea-Doo dealer here in Billings, the one and only. We also have Husqvarna motorcycles. If you're interested in power sports, anything, we have anything and everything for everyone. Anywhere from working hard, just a weekend warrior, to just want to get out and have some fun or try something new. We also have tons of accessories to doll them up. Got all your safety equipment, riding gear, and even just some casual wear. We have pretty much everything down here. We are a full service shop. Anything we sell, we can maintain, fix, and get you squared away. Whether it's on the street, on the road, off-road, or on the water, or on the snow, we've got something for you. And make sure you check out our Facebook and Instagram social media pages. We do have a couple demo days coming up. One of them is going to be for the Sea-Doos, and then we'll also have an off-road demo day here to follow. If anybody's looking for anything, come check us out. Probably got something for you. Either that or just come hang out and say hi.
All right, we are back for the TDK Big Sky 200. While we were off on that little commercial break, we had quite a bit of action. So, Grizz, give us a quick lineup on this leaderboard.
So we had Vance Peterson come through in the 88 RS1. Ran a time of 59:29. We also had Austin Boyd come through. Ran a 1 hour flat on his time. And he's also in the RS1. And we also had Zach Davis come through, running an hour 6. So,
and I think I saw Chad Martin come through as well, number 5.
Yes, you did. Chad Martin came through.
And on screen right now is Torney. I need to get better. I can't remember if that's Greg or Matt. That's my bad. I apologize. One's blue, one's yellow. 429.
Based on where he's on the track, I would say he is. That is Greg. 420, what number was it?
So yes, you are right, Greg. That is Greg Torney, number 428. Sounds like we had another car just come through.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one I missed it.
Great shot of the Amsoil hot pits on top of the Rigid Ridge. And there is dust just everywhere. You can see the little ant trails all over this 10,000 acre ranch.
Looks like that was Nathan Thomas that came through.
I think that was Nathan Thomas that just came through, running strong still. You can see all of our wonderful sponsors clicking through on the top right. Huge shout out to each and every one of those. This race is located just north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana. Thank you to Warren, the landowner. He lets Yor come out and race his ranch once a year. And it's amazing spectator friendly out here. Is there a cover charge to come to these races, Grizz? I don't believe so, is there?
Yeah, there is $20 to get in for the weekend.
For the whole weekend, yep. I mean, that's cheap family fun. Come out here and do some dry camping, and there's a couple of food vendors out here. It's a lot of fun. So if you're ever in the area and want to come to a Yor race, especially if Ultra4 is here, it's a lot of fun. The UTVs and the 4500 cars are racing 4 laps. The stock class are racing 3 laps. They're racing a 40-plus mile loop for the Big Sky 200. I believe that's Greg Torney still pushing strong, it looks like. Number 428. That's Matt Torney's son. Greg's still pushing strong out of Fort Collins, Colorado with Draco Motorsports. Looks like at the Can-Am start-finish, we'll have another car cruising through here, finishing their first lap. Finishing their second lap, I believe. This is our first race for the Ultra4 Northern Series. And like I said, I think there's a lot of strategy being played. Going in for some national points up here. Saw a lot of banter back and forth, and there's a lot of cars racing. So the people that aren't here, that you should have been, this is a cool place.
Yeah, that was Kel that came through. Kel Baldick, running a 1:50 now, or an hour 5 minutes lap. So
not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all.
There's the 418 car. That is Ryan Kummerfelt out of Lake Tapps, Washington, with Kummerfelt Racing. Racing a Can-Am Maverick X3, pushing strong. At the 804, that is Matt Torney, Greg's father, part of Draco Motorsports, with an hour and 8 time run. And another one in his dust, I couldn't quite tell who that was. Tim Leach. So that's that RS1 UTV. And then there's one more, I believe. So there's definitely some competition out on this course. There went one of the Wildcats. Yeah, there is lots of action out there, Grizz.
Lots of action. Everybody's coming in pretty piled up. It's getting dusty out here in the lower half.
And you can just see right there how thick the dust is absolutely everywhere. As you can see all the little ant trails all over this 10,000 acre ranch. We're hoping to get Warren in here and have a fun chat with him later on today. But remember to finish first. First you must finish. This race is going to be down to the wire with a lot of fast guys out front. The next Ultra4 race is the Method Teardown in Tennessee at the AOP Off-Road Park, June 25th and 26th in 2 weeks. And that is our second race for the Eastern Series. We'll also be racing Sturgis short course during the 81st running of Bike Week at the Buffalo Chip. JT, Goodby, and Bird have redesigned their short course and adding a little rock sections out there. It is another dual points race for the Western and the North Series. And then Sunday, after our Ultra4 race, Kid Rock will be kicking it off at the Buffalo Chip. We will once again be racing in Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House, September 3rd through the 5th, over Labor Day weekend. It's another dual points race for the North and the Eastern Series. And then the Nationals will once again be in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. We're bummed about the Wild West Motorsports Park closing, but hey, they had to make some financial decisions. They decided to sell the front part to do some redeveloping. They're moving the concrete park back up to where the racetrack is, so that it's closed. But again, a huge shout out to Trotter and Justin for opening up the Crossbar Ranch to us and letting us race with them. Looks like we should have another car hitting the Can-Am. That's number 1, and another Wildcat.
That's Paul Leach.
So we have a lot of Leaches out there running strong. Just saw Tim Leach come through just a minute ago. So Tim and Paul Leach running strong. They're in different classes, but they're racing on the same course at the same time. Remember, they did leave in 1 minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. A huge shout out to Hammer King Productions. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Get on the King of the Hammers Facebook page. Hit the share button. Start a watch party. Get on the Instagram, Ultra4 Racing. Hashtag it up. Hashtag Big Sky 200. Hashtag Ultra4 Montana. Hashtag Ultra4 Racing. Hashtag YORR. Please support who supports the sport. We have Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin, Method Race Wheels, Lasernut, just to name a few. Without those guys, we would not be racing here today. So we have another car hitting the Yukon launch. I believe that's Chad Martin, number 5. Yes, it is Chad Martin. KMC wheels still look like they're holding up strong. And that Polaris Razor. And that's just a great showing of how cool this place is. And we're back riding with John Matthews on a race car with a live camera. This is absolutely awesome. We've been looking so forward to this. This is great. You can see the Yukon hood flapping in the wind, hitting these little roller sections. Like I said, it's pretty rough out there. And these off-camber banks.
He is just below us. He's coming up now. That's the gap that you climb to get from the bottom of the cliffs.
So we'll see him at the Can-Am start-finish in 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, pretty quick.
So John Matthews running strong so far, with Dr. Dre riding shotgun. His son Colin usually rides shotgun with him, but he's graduating high school this weekend. But John said, I'm going racing. He had a funny little chat with his wife, and they talked it out. Everything's all good on the end. Great shot of somebody cruising towards the AMS, or just passing the AMSOIL hot pit, so he'll be at the Can-Am start finish here just momentarily. Try to get a visual. That is that 919 machine maybe that started towards the end. It is a turbo machine, but he missed it.
Yeah.
He missed his spot.
919 Nathan Smith.
Nathan Smith, you are correct, Grizz. Thank you for keeping the timing scoring for me. I believe that's the number 930, part of Your Racing. So there's a great shot of John Matthews in the AMSOIL hot pits, getting everything checked out. Kind of just doing a quick check. Checking the steering, checking the tires and everything. There's Jordan Townsend's 4400 car in the background. Will be racing starting at 4:30. But it's kind of cool to see the hot pits in action. They're radioing back and forth with the driver and co-driver.
It's awesome having that onboard camera. That is super
It's
neat.
absolutely amazing. Like I said, we've talked about it for quite some time, and Travis said he thinks he has it figured out, but he didn't want to say anything until it's working. Well, guess what? It's working. So we'll hope to add that to our arsenal with Hammer King Productions. Again, a huge shout out to Travis Walder, our IT guy, for figuring out that car, or that camera on John Matthews' car, as John Matthews heads out of the AMSOIL hot pits. I believe that's Robert Taylor in the HCR hot pits as we speak. John Matthews back to riding with him. So John Matthews will be our first non-UTV competitor to finish his first lap. An hour and 6-minute lap. That is not too shabby at all. So John Matthews with an hour 6-minute lap. And in that 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. Him and John are racing this class. Sorry, John and John. So John Matthews and John Grounds. And there are just dust trails everywhere you look. These live drones are absolutely phenomenal. Back on board with John Matthews. Run that Yukon sticker on the hood. Get a little hang time. There's the 92.27. I believe that's Robert Taylor. Yes, it is. Crossing over the Can-Am start-finish. John Matthews is out on that front section. Really cool spot as he blows a corner a little bit. Dr. Dre didn't get him shut down in time, but got her back on course. That just goes to show you how easy this course is to get off. It's very, very tight and technical. I'm having fun just watching the course. One of the Your Mod trucks cruising. There's a great shot of Scotts Bluff. This is a super, super cool section. You go up, get a little hang time, go out on the little loop, and then drop back down. And then go back up that wash. See how hard he hits the Yukon launch. Gets a little bit of air time. So picture to picture to Scotts Bluff and John Matthews. So great action on screen as we speak. It's one of those faster sections on the back. There's Shane Smith, number 223 in that single seat. So John Grounds is, mental note, about 4 minutes off John Matthews' time in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. So John Grounds and John Matthews still running strong, but John Matthews out front. They did take off in 1 minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. There's 804, I believe that's Torney. Matt Torney, Greg's father. He used to drive F-16 fighter pilots. I think that's so awesome. And I was out here playing with us here in Ultra4. Again, if you are just turning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the TDK Big Sky 200. I'm Miles, alongside of Grizz. We'll be calling the action all day long. We are hot and heavy for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and all the Your classes. So we've got about 6 different classes racing at the same time, so we're trying to keep you as honest as we can. But I still believe it's Josh Smith out front. So Josh Smith is out on his second lap. I think we should see him within the next 10 minutes. Or could it be Mike Slauson? There's a slew of the fast guys out front, but it was Josh Smith out front. He got the pole position yesterday. I believe that's Shane Smith on the top left, John Matthews on the bottom right. And you can just see the dust trails all over the place. This race is located just north of Billings, outside of Broadview, Montana. The population here is 212. Elevation is roughly 3,900 feet. This is a private ranch, 10,000 acres, owned by Warren. He was gracious enough to let Your race out here once a year, so we decided to come out here and join the fun. So this is the first Ultra4 North Series race. It's a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. And dust is definitely an issue today. It'll definitely make passing very difficult. And speaking about passing, if you go for a pass, you can definitely do it. But try to stay about 1 car length next to the track and keep on racing. Try to keep off Warren's land as much as possible. Try to keep on that 2-track. Give you a quick rundown of the Ultra4 schedule for the rest of the season. Our next Western Series race will be Sturgis. Our next Eastern Series race will be Tennessee at AOP June 25th plus 26th. Then Crandon over Labor Day, September 3rd through the 5th. Our next Northern Series race will be Sturgis, South Dakota, August 6th and 7th. And then Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend, September 3rd through the 5th. And then we'll do the Nationals in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch, October 15th through the 17th. And then we'll switch it over to Gas, the Great American Short Course. Rounds 5 and 6 will be October 9th and 10th. Then we'll move to Glen Helen for rounds 7 and 8, November 13th and 14th. And we still have Ultra4 Europe going on. The King of Britain will be July 23rd through the 25th. King of Poland, September 10th through the 12th. Battle of Bovington, October 8th through the 10th. You can get more information by following Ultra4 Europe on Facebook and Instagram. And we've seen a few of our Ultra4 family tuned in, so thank you guys. Great to see you enjoying the Ultra4. So our bottom right is John Matthews in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. You have to have mechanical steering, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, and front-mounted engine only, but you can have unlimited horsepower. We're also running with the 4600 Spider Track stock class. You have to have a stock OEM frame, wheelbase must stay within 3 inches, stock engine, but may be replaced with any available engine in the same make, model, and year. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tire, single 2.5 shock per corner, factory style suspension, mechanical steering, and then the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, fastest growing class in Ultra4 and all over the world. All you basically need to do is meet the safety requirements. You have to have a 6-point cage, harness, window nets, fire extinguisher, all that good stuff, and then come out here and racing. Go to your local Can-Am dealer and grab one and come out racing Ultra 4 or with the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. I believe that's the 919 car. Nathan Smith still running strong. And we're out in the prairies and this guy's moving. What a great shot showing you how wide open this place is. Looks like that's Bree that just crossed the Can-Am start-finish. Still running strong, doing a great job. Looks like Bree Vigil just ran a 132 lap. We had Robert Taylor earlier, John Grounds, Matt Torney, Nathan Thompson, John Matthews, Zachary Davis, Tim Leach, Cale Baldick, Aaron Kane, Nathan Smith, Shane Smith, Paul Leach, Ryan Cumberfeld, Mark Welch, John Leach, Chad Martin, Casey Welty, Greg Torney, Austin Boyd, Curtis Freed, Casey Septa, Vance Peterson, Kyle Burkhart, Austin Painter, Jacob Versey, Tyler Gable, Mike Slauson, and the fastest man thus far today is Josh Smith, still out front, physically and on adjusted time. Unofficially, the 2119 mod truck, part of your, just cruised by the Can-Am start finish. Right behind him is Alex Fleming, part of Sherpa Motorsports. He's running in first position in the Spider Track stock class. Running strong, looking good. So it's John Matthews out front in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Josh Smith in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And now Alex Fleming in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So we've got Sheridan in here. This is Grizz's daughter. You raced earlier in your car, and you're the one that came in on 3 wheels, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
I mean, that's just your grit and determination. So cool to see you come in here. How much fun was the race?
It was super fun. I love this track. It's my favorite one.
Yeah, I mean, so give us kind of a rundown on the track. I mean, it's the 2-track. It's super tight and technical. I mean, how mentally taxing, how physically taxing was it?
It beats your body up. In my buggy especially, because the buggies are rough, so it just beats you up. But it's super fun, and you gotta just pay attention to what's in front of you, really.
And it's, you've been super busy this whole week. I've seen you running all over the place, helping Aaron and Grizz. So just a personal thank you for letting us come with you and making everything run smooth. Looks like Casey's tuned in. The cell service here is excellent. That's what we're using on John Matthews' car. Looks like the 4955 is about to pit. Everybody's watching back home. So thank you, Casey, for tuning in and watching this live show with Hammer King Productions. That looks like it's John Matthews on screen, if I'm not mistaken. He's the car that we have that camera on board with. It'd be kind of cool to have a picture-in-picture of that. So I almost said guys. You guys and gals ran 2 laps this morning, but you only ran about 16 miles per. Have you ever been on the backside of this ranch during a race? I know you run all over heck helping with everything.
Yes. Not last year, but the year before we did the full track.
Cool.
It's just takes a lot longer in the buggies than it does
for
in
sure.
everything else.
But I mean, it takes a beating on you, but you still look like you're all smiles, having fun.
I love it out here. It's my happy place.
Absolutely. This is my first time to Montana, and this is kind of what I expected. But once you get here and see it in person, just you can see 10, 15 miles either direction. It's absolutely phenomenal out here. And the weather's been absolutely beautiful. It got a little windy the other night, blew down a few tents. Looks like we had one car just blow by the Can-Am start finish. So you going to be busy helping the rest of the day?
I actually am racing again in the pro class.
Oh, what are you driving there?
I'm co-piloting.
In the TDK car?
No, in the green pro
Class
truck.
1 looking car?
It's a Ford Ranger box.
Oh, the Ford Ranger. Yep. Okay. Awesome. That'll be a lot of fun. There's Robert Taylor on screen. So you're going to ride shotgun during the pro race. That's going to be fun with the Ultra4s and the 4800s.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, we'll have probably 35 or 40 cars out on course later on this afternoon. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's a great shot of the AMSOIL hot pits up above the Rigid Ridge. And if you were just tuning in, I thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the TDK Big Sky 200. This race is located north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana, on Warren's Ranch. It's a 10,000-acre ranch out here, and he's graceful enough to let Yor come out here and race once a year. And Warren has been out here running around with you guys, and that guy's a character. All smiles all the time and just enjoying himself, it looks like.
He loves it, the races.
Yeah, and I know being a rancher out here in Montana has got to be a lot of work. So this is kind of fun to be able to kind of makes you kick back, relax, and enjoy the time. Kind of soak it all in. So what's your pit strategy later on in the race? Do you have to stop every lap, or can you make it a couple laps?
I think we can make it a couple laps before we have to pit.
So if everything goes smooth, you'll run halfway through, stop, fuel up, check it out, and keep on rolling.
Yep, hopefully.
How much experience do you have in the passenger seat?
My dad's been throwing me in for years.
That's awesome. Looks like somebody's pulling in to the AMSOIL hot pits as somebody blows by. Oh, he's diving in. So we have the AMSOIL hot pits, and it gets a little dicey. They're going into the same pit, it looks like. Our race leader Josh Smith just came by, I believe. So he is halfway through his race. Yes, Josh Smith just came out, finishing his second lap, heading out for lap 3, so he is halfway through his race. So his total time is 1 hour and 55, so he ran a 1 hour lap because he was right at a 55-mile lap his first time, so slowed down just a tick, but he had to fight some probably lap traffic and whatnot. But Josh Smith started on the pole, started out front, and is physically still leading this race. So a huge shout out to Josh Smith out of Castle Rock, Colorado with Smith Brothers Racing. He first started racing with us back in 2018 at King of the Hammers. Had a fun chat with him and his dad earlier. He swung by yesterday during lunch and we had a fun little chat and just caught up. It was fun to put a face with a name. Kind of reminds me a lot of Cole Clark, just kind of a young, short guy, but that guy put him in a car and is absolutely fast. Well, Sheridan, you have as much fun as we are?
Probably more fun.
More fun? Well, you were in the car earlier. Now you're in there in the booth chatting it up, and then you get to go out in a pro class? You're having one heck of a day.
One heck of a weekend.
Yeah, and you guys have been out here for the last few weekends getting everything set up, correct?
Yep.
So again, just thank you to your whole family and let's just call it your whole team, because there's a lot of you out here making it put on. Looks like Chris Barnett's tuned in. Oh, he's rooting on the race leader, Josh. Thank you for tuning in, Chris. This has been one heck of a race, and again, Hammer King Productions has been absolutely slaying it with this live show. We've been live all season long, live all day long, and we'll be doing a live show once again in 2 weeks down in Tennessee at the AOP Off-Road Park. That's the back side of the ranch, so we're shooting the internet 3 miles to here and then another few miles to our relay. Was that Mike Slauson, I believe? Yes, Mike Slauson is only 30 seconds on adjusted time behind Josh Smith. So Mike Slauson reeled him in by about a minute and a half, so Mike Slauson's kind of keeping it figured out, and I'm sure he sees his dust and is realizing he's starting to catch him. Remember, they did leave in 1 minute increments. This race is on adjusted time, so it's looking really good for Mike Slauson and Josh Smith. We have the number 11, part of the stock Your class coming through. There's the 919 machine, part of the Your series. Number 919, Nathan Smith, still running strong. Heath Weeks is tuned in from the swamps of Louisiana. It is an absolutely gorgeous day of racing up here in south central Montana. Thank you, Heath, for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Another stock Bronco coming through. 4060 if I'm not mistaken. But it's just cool to see all these Fords out there. Wade Pickering, 4060 in that Ford Bronco cruising through. He's from Helena, Montana. Hitting the Yukon launch in that UTV. That could be Chad Martin. Trying to get a clarification. That could be Bree also. That's definitely a your car. So that's Bree Vigil. Does that sound right? And there goes Jacob the Blonde Ambition Versi across the Can-Am start-finish. So he's physically in 3rd position. He started back in 5th, so he's made a couple spots up. So we'll see on adjusted time where he's looking. Looks like on adjusted time he's physically sitting in that 3rd position. So unofficially on adjusted time is Josh Smith, Mike Slauson, then Jacob Versi in the UTV class. Everybody's running super strong. Alex Fleming, John Snell, and then Josh Pat. Have another UTV cruising by the Can-Am start-finish. That's going to be number 59. That is Austin Painter. So that should put him physically in 4th, and I believe on adjusted time as well. Did he just move into 3rd spot? Yeah, so Austin Painter just moved into 4th position, or staying in 4th position. So he is physically halfway through this race. So the top guys are out on their 3rd lap out of 4. Our top 4 UTVs are running strong. And we saw Mark Welch must have had an issue on his first lap because he's normally extremely fast. Not sure what happened. There's Alex Fleming, part of Sherpa Motorsports in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. He's leading this race. Number 870 just cruised by the Can-Am start-finish. And the 2517 heading out for their 2nd lap. So I've got Warren in here with me. He's the landowner of this 10,000 acre ranch. This place is absolutely amazing. So just a personal thank you from Ultra4 for letting us come out here and play here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this place is super cool. And it's been in the family for how long?
Since the early 1900s.
Yeah, and I was lucky enough to go out and help them set up some satellite dishes on the backside. This place has everything. This place is amazing. It was really cool to come out here and be able to explore a little bit and check it out, and it's amazing. You have a cool place.
Thank you. For off-road racing, it offers just about everything I think they want to
It really does.
challenge, I guess.
And how cool is this? We're on board with one of our race cars, John Matthews, riding around the track as we speak.
Perfect.
So it sounds like Yor comes out here about once a year and runs around and kind of keeps your little trails beat down for you.
Yes, yes.
And then when you're chasing cows, do you use some of these two tracks to go ride around checking everything?
Oh, absolutely.
That's your main mode of transportation, huh?
Well, yeah. I do have other private trails that have been marked in the land for years and years and years, but this makes it a little more convenient because some places are really smooth and that sort of thing. So
absolutely. And then some places are not very smooth out here.
Some places are not very smooth. That's right.
And
but that's what makes the challenge for these racer guys.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So, like I said, we've been running around out here. And this is 10,000 acres out here in Montana, and you're a rancher by trade, correct?
Correct.
And that's your full-time gig.
That's it.
How many head of cattle do you have?
Oh, this place will accommodate about 150 to 170 head of cows.
That's awesome, and that's year-round, right? Because the winters get pretty rough around here, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely.
So what do you do during the winter?
We have to supplement with hay.
Okay.
Yep.
And then probably every day you have to go check their water and whatnot and trample through the snow, I'd assume.
That's it. Yep.
That's awesome.
Every day.
All day, every day. So it's kind of nice to have the excuse of having a race so you can't go to work, right?
Pretty much. I had to get up early this morning and make sure that the cows were moved away from the track, which I did, and it worked out well.
Yeah,
worked out real well.
It's pretty cool that you can use this thing for an actual ranch, and then we can come out here just for a quick weekend and just have an absolute ball.
Yes. Well, I'm pleased to be host to having you people out here.
Yeah, Ultra4 and Yor have just, like I said, thoroughly appreciate your hospitality.
You
and
bet.
I've, like I said, I've bumped into a few times. This is the first time we've had a real good chat, and it's just super cool. I've seen you in your Ranger cruising around, checking on your cattle, and running up and talking to Grizz and everything. And every time I see you, you're chatting with somebody with a big smile on your face.
Well, you know what? I have met more really nice people throughout the years that we have done this, and that's what's rewarding to me is just the camaraderie and the affection that people show, the appreciation, I guess.
The off-road community really is something special, and you're helping us, but we would help you in a heartbeat. I mean, the people on the racetrack, they're racing against each other, but in the pits, they're helping each other.
I know.
I mean, everybody's here. Everybody's here, and there's Mike Slauson on screen cruising along. He's physically in second position.
Oh, you have you're recording. You know what position everybody is now?
Mentally, and Grizz has it on his computer over there, but he just came through here about 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Okay, perfect.
And we have Josh Smith out front, and then Mike Slauson following in second. Mike Slauson's not too far from here. He's out of Montana, out of Belgrade, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, right.
And he's the brother to our current King, Randy Slauson, for King of the Hammers out west in California. So it's cool to see him out here racing with us.
So you are with the Ultra4?
Yep, we are Ultra4 Racing King of the Hammers. Yes, sir.
King of the Hammers.
Yep.
I wanted to be. He mentioned about King of the Hammers, and I had no idea what you were he was talking about, and so I said, well, I got to meet these guys.
Yep. Dave Cole's here on site. Hopefully we'll have him bump into you today at some point.
Perfect.
But yeah, this is our race series that Dave Cole started back in 2007, and we've been racing for a long time, and it's turned into quite the ordeal. It's pretty cool.
Absolutely. I think I'm thinking this is a political thing, but if they would open the Canadian border, they open the Mexican border, but there are a lot of Canadian racers.
Yeah, we're missing probably 15 or 20 cars from up north that race with us, race with Yor, and that's a bummer they can't make it down here.
It's crazy.
It's been a crazy year, but there's light at the end of the tunnel for sure.
Boy, I hope so. Well, nobody's wearing a mask today. However, you probably should be with all the dust.
With all the
and
dust,
everything.
absolutely. Here comes another Your truck coming across the Can-Am start finish. Number 332G.
So Your and Ultra4
Yep,
are
yeah. Yellowstone
kinda
Off-Road
combined?
Racing and Your with Ultra4 is doing a joint race. So we're scoring ourselves separately, but we're just
okay.
letting our racers race against each other to get the car count up. And, you know, like you just said, everybody, you meet so many good people. So you're a great dude. We've met you through this. So there's just, it's fun to meet, you know, all the other people in the off-road community and join forces and just have a great weekend of racing.
So what's next for the Ultra4?
So Ultra4 next, in 2 weeks, we go down to Adventure Off-Road Park in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee for a race. And that's our second race in the Eastern Series.
Okay.
So that's in 2 weeks. Usually we don't have races quite this tight, but we want to come up here and race with you guys, and then we'll be racing the Eastern Series down in Tennessee in 2 weeks.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, we have, I believe, 9 races in the series this year.
Okay.
We started out in February for King of the Hammers.
Okay.
And then
Which
we've been
is
to
where?
Moab, Southern California in Johnson Valley.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then we went from there. We went to Moab, Utah. We've been to Kentucky. Now we're here in Montana. Then we're going to Tennessee. We'll be in Sturgis, South Dakota, not too in the future. We will go out to Crandon, Wisconsin. And it's going to be a great year of racing.
Okay.
So we have a busy schedule. It's a lot of fun. The car count's just shy of 100 people for this race, and that's kind of our average.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
This is a kind of a lower car count for the Ultra4, just with a tight time schedule, and this is kind of new to our series, but this is the first time we've raced up here for a points race, so it really will make a difference for our national points.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, so at the end of the year, what time of the year do you...
October. I need to grab my cheat sheet.
That's
October.
when you announce the winners, of the whole series.
Yep. Okay. So we have a Northern Series, an Eastern Series, and a Western Series. So to get the national...
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We changed the industry by formulating the first API-qualified 100% synthetic motor oil. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond. Because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
There's still a few things Americans can agree on. The importance of speed, hard work, and the great outdoors. So we built a future for each of them. We electrified the Mustang and engineered it to get from 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. Put a hybrid engine in the all-new F-150 that works as hard as it does smart. Then reimagine the Bronco as an off-roading, high-performance wild animal. This is the future we're building, and we're building it today.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
You know, we started out back in the day in rock crawling, you know, and that's kind of where we got our name, and doing all the different rock sports and climbing and cone dodging. And I love racing. It's in my blood. I like winning. I like building cars. I like the best shit out there, and I like to be the best. And I raised my damn kids to be the best, and now the kids, they're probably better racers than me, and they work pretty damn hard. It's pretty awesome to see them kids out here doing the same thing I've dreamed of doing my whole life, and doing it with the family together, you know, and just being out here with all these other people, you know. It's one big happy family, all these guys that we race against, you know. But when race day comes, you know, we're all trying to kill each other, and then when we're done, we're all drinking together again. It's 2021 and we're finally out here eating some dirt again. It takes a lot of work and time to get here, and having the sponsors behind us that put as much time into their product as we put into trying to destroy it, it means a lot, you know. Nothing's bulletproof, but it's very easy to destroy stuff, and when you got guys behind you that build a good forged wheel, that, you know, they put their time and effort into making it the best so that they don't bend and you don't lose your tire, and, you know, there's a lot to say for that. Rocking the new methods on it, and got all these wheels green and looking good. Pretty proud to be on your team.
Hello, early risers, self-starters, and seasoned pros. Let's talk business. Hello, heavy lifters, deal seekers, business owners, and one-man crews. Newcomers, landscapers, contractors, and trailblazers. From nice to meet you to nice to see you again. Whether you're buying or renting, new or used, or just looking for parts and service, you're in the right place when you hear hello and welcome to Tractor and Equipment, your local Cat dealer.
So we went out there and played with it, got it running, so we're back in action. We are halfway through this race. There is Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports. So again, sorry about that, Warren. I was starting to explain our class points. So for the national championship, you have to race King of the Hammers in February. You have to race the Nationals in Oklahoma in October, and then any 3 regional series races, whether it's East, West, or North. So coming up here and racing the North Series has some pretty good strategy in it. So it's different. This is wide open and big. We're used to, like at King of the Hammers, we go up the side of the mountains and literally do rock crawling. But then we were just less than a month ago down in San Felipe, Mexico, running Baja. So these cars can do them all. We race Crandon in the short, like a legit short course race. I mean, we do absolutely everything. So this is one of the more technical race courses. Like I said, when I first showed up here, I'm thinking like back in Tennessee, it's really tight with all the trees. Well, there's no trees out here, but it's super tight and technical, because if you go off course just a little bit, there's a lot of rocks, a lot of little canyon drop-offs. So it's a mentally taxing race. I think this has everything we want to throw at it, for sure. Yeah, so again, just a personal thanks from Ultra4 and your Warren, for letting us come out here and play on your land. So here comes a pass. It looks like that could be Mike Slauson going around Alex Fleming. And like I said, we want to keep just barely off course to keep off your land, and he did absolutely exactly what we wanted them to do. Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of land up here, but if you had hundreds of cars driving all over every place, it would tear it up. So we don't want that. So absolutely. So that was a great showmanship of what we're trying to do here. Just try to keep about one car width outside of them, get it on the pass, and get back on that 2-track. So we're getting everything lined out. Thank you again, Warren, for coming in with us. This has been absolutely amazing race cars, and the Ultra4 cars and the Pro cars haven't raced yet. They'll be racing at 4:30 today.
All right.
So the UTVs are fast and nimble,
yes,
but we're about to see some horsepower.
I know that. I
know Jordan Townsend has a supercharged Hemi, 737 horsepower to the ground, and he'll be racing this afternoon. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, the first year that we did this, TDK did the initial run around with his, I don't know what is his in the, it's class 15. It was like 400 horsepower diesel engine in his machine, and I saw that he parked over here. The person who initiated the Big Sky 200 lived right across the road over here.
Okay,
he was
cool.
Friends with Jeremy, and TDK unloaded his machine over there, and I was sitting up on top of the hill. I saw this big plume of diesel smoke going boom, 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 and he had 4 on each side, 4 just straight pipes,
just blowing smoke,
and I went over there, and holy smokes, you couldn't he just fired it up, getting it off the trailer, and he was going to make the initial run out on the track just to
check it out.
Just kind of check it out, yes.
On screen there is Jacob Versey, number 43. Now we have one of the Your mod trucks, it looks like. Looks like a Ford Ranger. Number 32. So how long have you been running the Big Sky 200? Roughly 10 years?
Roughly 10 years, I think, yes.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. Kind of rolls right on over it.
Do you have a film crew on Scotts Bluff?
Yes, yep. We got a live drone out there on Scotts Bluff.
Oh, you do? Okay,
and it
perfect.
covers quite a bit of area.
Yes.
We have one in, what's the other name? Wash? Hogan's Alley. We have another drone out that way, and they can cover about a 2,000-foot square area from up in the air. And then obviously visually it's more than that, but they can fly a 2,000 circle out there. So it's and then we have 2 more of the Montana drones out on your front spots. We have 4 live drones all over, and then we have about 3 or 4 hard cameras in certain spots. So the Hammer King production crew has done an amazing job here.
Ethan was on his way out to rescue the guy at Hogan's Alley. I
heard somebody had a little flop over or something.
I don't know what his situation was, but he was. I think he was. If that's a stationary, he had some problems with his outfit, I guess. So.
The attrition has already started to set in, that's for sure.
Yes, indeed.
These cars take a beating.
Yes, indeed.
I believe that's our race leader, Josh Smith, if I'm not mistaken. He's physically led this race and has not been passed yet, running an absolutely amazing race. Here's a little jump. I believe that's Scotts Bluff heading up it, if I'm not mistaken.
That's it? Okay.
Right. And then we'll do a little loop here and then head back down Scotts Bluff and then down through the little valley.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Gets really tight and technical down there.
It does, yeah.
So your cattle on a normal day can just graze all of this area?
No, I tried to cordon them off on per
certain
section and per area.
Dirt, yeah. That way the rest of the land can kind of grow up.
Correct.
Yep.
Are we done? So,
well, Warren, it sounds like you have some more business to attend. I like, again, just a personal thanks from Ultra4 and from for coming and hanging out with us and letting us play on your ranch. So thanks again, Warren.
My pleasure, and I enjoy every minute of it.
Well, I hope to bump into you later and maybe have a cold beverage with you.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, Warren, thanks again.
You bet.
Well, Warren had one more thing he had to add before he hopped out of the Montana drone RV.
I just want to add that the organizational effort to put this whole thing on is absolutely incredible. Grizz and Aaron and Don and all the volunteers that come out.
It's been pretty fun to watch them work.
It's fun to watch them work, and it's just very well organized. And a lot of the people have been out here raced for years, so they kind of know
the lay of the land,
and the rules and that sort of thing. But
and there's Grizz right there on screen. He's our race director,
Yep,
and the organizer for Yellowstone Off-Road Racing.
Yes,
he's been super busy all week long.
They are just wonderful people, and they come out here months in advance just to make sure that every turn is marked, and all of the Scotts Bluff
where it's a little bit of a danger.
There might be yes.
Because there's multiple spots out there that if you're not paying attention, you could get in trouble in a hurry and hurt yourself, hurt the car for sure.
That's exactly right. So by ending my my interview here, I just wanted to acknowledge that the effort that they put in to organize this
to make
event
this
and
happen.
Make this happen. So.
And it's got to put you at ease to know that you're letting somebody reputable, come out and have fun on your land, and you're not really worried about it the whole time. Cause
no, indeed.
They've got a great system in place.
That's exactly right. So anyway, thank you very much for having this conversation.
Absolutely.
And well, catch each other down the road.
That sounds like a plan. Warren,
you're there.
Like I said, you're the ranch owner, and again, thank you.
You bet.
All right. Well, Warren, we thoroughly appreciate everything. Well, talk about class act. Warren is one of those people. This place is absolutely amazing, and the smile on his face tells it all. So I'll give you a quick rundown. It's still Josh Smith out front, and Mike Slauson behind him, Jacob Versey, Austin Painter, Casey Septka, Vance Peterson. Those 6 UTVs are out on their third lap out of 4. Well, it looks like we had Mark Welch come through. Greg Torney that just updated on me. I apologize. Casey Welty, Ryan Cumberfeld, Shane Smith, Zachary Davis, Kyle Burkhart, and Nathan Thompson are out on their third lap out of 4. So next time we see Josh Smith, he will be getting the white flag and heading out for another 40-plus mile lap and see if he can hold this together. If he can stay out front all day long, never get past, good job on Josh Smith. Like the 408 car is getting out. See how far I can get and go check it out. Looks like they have to change a belt. Looks like they have the quick release. Remember, this is a hot race course. It's the number 8 cruising by. So we have Kale, number 408, changing a belt as we speak. Machine's hot, still running. But the rest of the car looks like it's in pretty good shape. Has the HCR suspension up front. Just kind of doing a quick walk around, and the car looks like it's in pretty good condition thus far. Here comes a single seat RS1 coming through. That's the Leach car, number 2X. And once again, it is dusty out here. Looks like they're having a little bit of issues getting their belt cover off. Hopefully they can get it fixed and get a new belt on. But Kale and his co-driver are working strong, trying to get everything figured out. There's Joshua Pack coming on the screen. He's part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Alex Fleming's still out front in that class, and I still haven't seen John Snell or John Dykus in a little while. Running in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, number 37, Josh Pat. Out of Denver, Colorado with Rock Tech Racing. Some of his crew came up just a little bit ago and was asking how many laps the stock class is doing, and that is 3. They will do 3 40-plus mile loops. So roughly 123 miles or so. We got 804. That's Matthew Torney coming through the Amsoil start finish. And that's a great shot of the Rigid Ridge. That's right where we were qualifying yesterday. And that section right there is extremely rollers. And there's a couple nasty ones. We have 929, another RS1 coming through. Just saw 62, Curtis Freed cross the Can-Am start finish, heading out for his 3rd lap out of 4. Like I said, the 4600 Spider Track stock class is racing 3 laps. The 4900 Can-Am UTV class running 4, and the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class running 4. And up next, the biggest, baddest names in our sport, the 4400 Unlimited cars, mixing it up with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and then the Your Pro class. And we should have, I think, roughly 40 competitors out on course later on today. We'll kick them out at right around 4:30. So we still have a lot of racing going on. Again, thank you to each and every one of you guys and gals for tuning in to the Big Sky 200. This is a joint race with the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. This is the Ultra4 first race up in the Northern Series. This race is located north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana. The weather today is roughly 85 degrees, partly cloudy, just a tick of wind. Our next race for Ultra4 is the Method Teardown in Tennessee at the AOP Off-Road Park. June 25th and 26th. On screen is Zachary Davis out of Placeholder, Arkansas. We'll be racing Sturgis this year during the 81st running of Bike Week at the Buffalo Chip. We've got a redesigned short course thanks to JT Goodby and Bird. That'll be a dual points race for the West, North, and then Kid Rock will be playing the day after. That'll be super exciting to see. We'll be once again racing in Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend, September 3rd through the 5th. Another dual points race for the North and the Eastern Series. There's a great shot of that F100 truck, Ford-powered machine. I believe that's Owen, number 1. Again, a huge shout out to Hammer King Productions for putting on this live show in the middle of 10,000 acres with not a whole lot of internet and a lot of electricity and all that. We're running a lot of generators. I know we have one of our Fords out there just idling so we can use its inverter. So go to ultra4racing.com/live, get on the King of the Hammers Facebook page, hit that share button, start a watch party. Go to Ultra4 Racing Instagram, hashtag it up, hashtag Big Sky 200, hashtag Ultra4 Montana, hashtag Ultra4 Racing, hashtag YORR. We got to give some of our main sponsors some love. So a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin, Method Race Wheels, Lasernut, Warren, King Shocks, Amsoil, Holly, Boxo Tools, Yukon Gear, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, All Balls Racing Group, Forest River, Progressive, On X Off-Road, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, HCR, Speedstrap, Savvy, Squatchbox, Impy, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, PRP, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Spider Tracks, and Spicer and Dana. So please support who supports the sport. Without those sponsors, we would not be racing here in Montana today. So if you need to build a mall crawler, a race car, a tow rig, your daily driver, please go support these people that support us. They're helping us, so let's help them. That's what this game is all about. Give you a quick rundown on our series points and championship. First place, you get 1,000 points. Second place, you get 975. Third place, you get 965. From fourth on out, you drop 5 points per spot. You must complete 2/3 of the race to get those points. You do get 200 points to start the race. Yesterday, Bailey Cole picked up 7 important points for being the the fastest in his class for qualifying. The series championship must race all 3 races, and the most points wins in either the East, the North, or the West. For the National Points Championship, you have to race King of the Hammers, the Nationals, and any 3 regional races, like this one here in Broadview, Montana, at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. And the top 10 non-qualified finishers in the 4,400 class do get qualified for King of the Hammers 2022. Some of our general rules: our driver of record must start or finish each race. Driver must race the same car they qualify in. Minimum age is 16 years old. Drivers are allowed 1 substitute driver per season unless there's a medical issue. This is a no-chase race. Only Hammer King safety crew or fellow competitors or the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing assistants can help. You must stay within 1 car width of the 2-track for passing. There is some Ford contingency on the line today. You get $2,000 if you have a Ford power plant and body and grill, or you get $1,000 if you win your class for having Ford horsepower or body and grill. There's a pretty good race going on our screen. Got a UTV trying to get around an F100. And again, thank you to all of our premium subscribers. As you can tell, when we do throw it to commercial, it does go picture to picture for you. We will have this premium content all season long going on into next. You can rewatch your favorite King of the Hammers events through their entirety or any regional race. Driver feature videos, car walkarounds, video trail walks, in case you missed it, and much, much more. So you can go to ultra4racing.com/ultra4tv to subscribe. So I'll give you a quick rundown on our current field with our timing. We have Josh Smith out front in the UTV class, then Mike Slauson, Jacob Versey, Austin Painter, Casey Sepka, Vance Peterson, Mark Welch, Greg Torney, Casey Welty, Ryan Cumberfeld, John Leach, Shane Smith, Nathan Smith, Zachary Davis, Tim Leach, Kyle Burkhart, Nathan Thompson, Austin Boyd, Matt Torney, Chris Fried, Tyler Gable, Chad Martin, Paul Leach, Aaron Kane, Cale Baldick, John Matthews, who's leading his class, followed by John Grounds, Robert Taylor, Scott Stevens, Eric Olson, Danny Wright, Lonnie Tunks, Alex Fleming, Jay Almond, Wade Pickering, Mike Ablett, Casey Gill, Bree Vigil, Joshua Pat, John Owen, Kylie Rangish, Joe Gold, Keaton Potter, Corey Rogers, John Snell, Caden Nunn, Scott Grimm, and Cale Baldick. A few of those have dropped off pace, but they are the ones that took the green flag this morning. Right around 10:10, if I remember correctly. But it's still Josh Smith out front in that Turbo UTV. He got the pole yesterday and has not looked back yet today. Great shot of some of our rollers on the back end. Had a lot of fun chatting with Warren. He's one cool old rancher. And the smile on his face just showed you how appreciative it is for him to have us here racing with him. There's a cool one of those wash areas, one of those really tight technical sections. And the drones really give you the diverse look at the diverse angle at these, because from afar it doesn't look that challenging, but it really is. I do not think tires will be too much of an issue today, but anything is possible. I just saw Robert Taylor come through, number 9227 out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, heading out for his third lap out of 4. What do you think? What a wonderful day of racing it's been here at the Big Sky 200. Got a few bills to pay, so we'll be right back after this.
Motorcycles, champions, countless failures, injuries, blood, death and tears. All of these have an association with the Dakar.
First person ever to get 3 number 1 plates in the same year.
Shaped himself up, became a champion.
It's really as simple.
Welcome to TDK. The Throttle Down Customs, also known as TDK, here we build bumpers and frames for Jeeps and Broncos, and we ship products all over the world. Our bumpers are built right here in the USA, all in Moore, Montana, by skilled craftsmen. All of our bumpers are made from American steel. We have multiple finishes available, from powder coat to bedline to bare steel options. We have 10 to 15 different styles with lots of accessories for Ford, Dodge, Chevy, GM, Nissan, Toyota, Mercedes, Freightliner. If you're looking for a bumper or a frame, you can check us out at throttledowncustoms.com. See all the options we have to offer.
Thank you, everybody, for staying tuned in to the TDK Big Sky 200. This race is located north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana. On this 10,000-acre ranch. We had a great chat with Warren earlier. Looks like Nicholas Montador, part of our 4,400 team, is tuning in from overseas. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, the 4,400 and the 4,800 are going to be mixed up, and then the Pro for the Yor will be all mixed together. So it's going to be a super exciting race kicking off in, another 3.5 hours or so. So it's going to be a great day of racing. I think we're still, an hour and 15, hour and 20 before we see the first finisher of this race. That could be Josh Smith, our current leader. Yeah, I bet you it is, because he's heading up and around towards the pit section. It's been one wonderful day of racing, and it is not over yet. Do not go anywhere. We've got a lot of great racing still to go today. We are hot and heavy during the 4,900 Can-Am UTV class, the 4,600 Spider Track stock class, and the 4,500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. So I missed it, but it is Josh Smith and Mike Slauson just got the white flag heading out for their 4th and final lap. So Josh Smith and Mike Slauson are out on their 4th and final lap. So a great running by these guys and gals. There's a lot of action all over this race course. Grizz has been helping me all day long. He had to help hop out and do some race director things. So he's been a huge help to me and this entire race. I am Miles Hasselquist, and we will be with you all season long. Our next race for the Ultra4 season is the Method Teardown in Tennessee at the AOP Park, June 25th and 26th. And that'll be our 2nd race in the Eastern Series. It is definitely starting to heat up. The wind's just barely blowing, as you can see some of our sponsor flags. This is a joint race between Ultra4 North and Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. The stock class will be racing 3 laps. Everybody else will be racing 4 laps, so just shy of 200 miles on this 10,000-acre ranch out here in south central Montana. So we've been talking about the different classes. The 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Mechanical steering, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire. Front-mounted engine only, but you can have unlimited horsepower. We're also running the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Stock OEM frame.
Hold up just 1 second.
So the 4600 Spider Track stock class has to have a stock OEM frame, stock engine, factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single shock per corner, factory style suspension, mechanical steering. And then the 4900 Can-Am UTV class just needs to make the safety rules. And you can go to the Can-Am, your local Can-Am dealer, buy one, do all the safety equipment, and come out racing with us. And then up next, we'll have the 4400 Unlimited class. Unlimited means unlimited. And they'll be mixing it up with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. They have mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. Vehicle 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner. Maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire. Only solid axles are allowed. And I just saw Jacob the Blonde Ambition Versi cruise by. That puts him physically in 3rd position and on adjusted time, but he is only about 30 seconds off Mike Slauson, and Mike Slauson's only about a minute and a half behind Josh Smith. So the top 3 are very tight. It will be a race to the finish. But remember to finish first. First you must finish. So our top 3 are extremely fast competitors. Mike Slauson and Jacob Versi have been racing with us for a long time, but the young gun out front, only been here a few years, but really holding his own, Joshua Smith. Had a little glitch there, but getting everything handled out. Again, a huge shout out to Hammer King Productions. We're fighting the elements out here. We've got dust, we've got wind. We're out in the middle of nowhere running off generators, but they are making it happen. Again, thank you everybody for staying tuned in. Ultra4Racing.com/live. Go to the King of the Hammers Facebook page. Hit that share button. Start a watch party. Go to the Ultra4 Instagram. Hashtag it up. Go to our YouTube channel. You can also log into your premium feed and get all of our history. Go back and watch your favorite race or check out your favorite driver that had a car walk around or interview with. And at some of the races, we really go over the top and give you some special feeds. We do have 4 live drones all over this 10,000 acre ranch. We have 3 hard cameras. Pretty amazing what they can pull off from the middle of this 10,000 acre ranch. So here's the end car. You can tell it's live because you can see the dust moving, but that's John Matthews. He was leading the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, so what's going on with him? I wish he'd run around to the front and kind of show us what's going on, but tough break for John Matthews. He's been sitting there for a little while, and you can just see car by car go by and by. So tough break for John Matthews. He was running very strong all day. Not sure where John Grounds is. Looks like he's starting to move. Yes, he does. So maybe a flat tire or whatever he had to deal with, but he got it back to going. Hopefully he gets back out on course. We're kind of on the backside of Warren's Ranch, so the internet's not quite amazing back there. We are running off a cell sim on that live camera. Looks like he's running a little bit off pace, so he must still be having some issues. That could be our race leader, Josh Smith. As he hits the Yukon launch. That's one of the Your racers. Looks like the 856. Don't have Grizz in here to help me call out all the racers, so I do apologize for that. We started live race action at 8 a.m. this morning and have not had much downtime since. It's been an amazing day of racing, so thanks to each and every one of you for staying tuned in. Ultra4Racing.com/live. This place is amazing out here in South Central Montana. That could be Mike Slauson. He's still pushing strong. Yes, I can see the bomber on top of his roof. So Mike Slauson still pushing hard. That is the brother to our current king, Randy Slauson. Randy Slauson's a 3-time king. Mike rode with him when he won back in 2013 and 2015. Sounds like I'm getting a little update through my PCI race radios that John Matthews is having cooling issues. So that's what's going on with him. That's why he was pulled over. So tough break for Matthews. Hopefully he can get it figured out and keep on pushing. Which John's it going to be? John Matthews or John Grounds? Speaking about Matthews, there he is. Kind of staying off to the side. Trying to stay out of people's way. Safety is definitely our top concern out here with Yellowstone off-road racing and Ultra 4. There goes Mark Welch, number 88. He's running in the top 5. He's fresh off his victory in Moab. So Mark Welch just moves into 4th position. So anything can happen. It's still Josh Smith out front, then Mike Slauson, then Jacob Versey, then Mark Welch out on their 4th and final lap for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Look how big and beautiful this place is. There's a great shot of some of the spectators taking in the sights on top of the rigid ridge. There is the number 3 cruising through. Number 3 of Danny Wright. We also saw just a little bit ago number 5, Casey Septka. Just moved in front of Mark Welch. He's part of the Your Series, but we are racing against each other for the Your Series, but it will be split up on the Ultra 4 points. But Casey Septka just stepped into the 4th position. So Josh Smith 1, Mike Slauson 2, and Jacob Versey, 3 heavy hitters up on the podium thus far. We'll see if it can stick. There's the car that the guy was working on all night to get it out here, and he made it, and he's still moving in that F100 Ford. There's the 4955 of Joe Geld out of Tabernash, Colorado with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab. This is his first race with Ultra 4. Thank you, everybody. If you're just tuning in, this is the Big Sky 200. This race course is the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway, just north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana. It's a private 10,000-acre ranch. We had Warren in here chatting with him earlier, and he is all smiles about Ultra4 and your racing here. You know, kind of gives him an excuse to kind of shut down and enjoy his own land. I've seen him running around, bebopping around all week long, and every time he's either chatting with somebody, just kind of small talk, or all smiles, or, you know, running around the farm checking out on his cows. Warren is one cool old man. The stock class will be racing 3 laps. Everybody else will be racing 4. I believe we have 5 racers on their 4th and final lap in the UTV class. We saw John Matthews having overheating issues, but John Grounds, I believe, is still moving. Haven't seen much out of John Snell today, but Alex Fleming in the 4600 Spider Track stock class has been running strong. We saw Josh Papp moving. It'll be kind of fun to see who will have the bragging rights, Ultra4 or Yellowstone Off-Road Racing in the UTV class. And then later on in the Ultra4 class, is the pro Yellowstone guys going to be faster than the Ultra4? Time will tell. Here comes the number 775 cruising through the Can-Am start-finish. Part of the modified Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. This next race will be kicking off at 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time Zone, so be sure to tell your friends, your family, your neighbors, absolutely everybody. Here comes a Torney car. That is Greg Torney. He just moved into 5th position unofficially. Greg Torney's been running one heck of a day. He's a young gun in the sport, but really picking up his paces quick. So Greg's racing on the same track as his dad, Matt. Really cool to see that dynamic. Had a small chat with both of them, and they are all smiles yesterday during qualifying. Look at that land. That's at least 10 or 15 miles to the horizon. This place is absolutely huge. That's why they call it the Big Sky 200. pretty good battle going on. Looks like a UTV just got right around one of the Your Stock guys. We could be racing into the night this evening. So the Ultra4, the 48s, and the Your Pro guys better have some lights on. Stays pretty light, pretty dark, but if we don't start racing till 4:30, it's going to be a long evening for some of these guys.
Pretty light, pretty dark.
Just saw 29.59. Kyle Burkhart head out for his fourth and final lap. He's in the top 10 for sure. Looking good. But it's still Josh Smith's race to lose, followed by Mike Slauson and Jacob Versey, Casey Septka, Greg Torney, Mark Welch, and then Kyle Burkhart. I believe that's Jacob Versey. I'm pretty positive he is moving too, and he knows this is the fourth and final lap, so it's time to leave it all on the line. He saved the car the first 3 laps, and now he needs to let it all hang out if he wants to make it to the top of the box. Josh Smith has ran one heck of a race along with Mike Slauson, but Jacob Versey, could he get on top of the box or at least just make the podium? I just saw John Grounds on the rope of shame, so tough break for John Grounds. But he'll hop in his Miller chassis here in a little bit and race the 4400 class. At least he got some excellent seat time, did some excellent pre-running. There's no better pre-running than racing the class before you have to race your other class. A lot of competitors do that in the Ultra4 races. They'll race the UTV class and then get a good shakedown for the 4400 run the next couple days. Here comes Versey up on a mod truck, and the Your racing truck pulls right over, so great sportsmanship coming from the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series competitors. And Jacob Versey is on a mission. Like I said, we're about 2 or 3 miles as the crow flies on the back of this 10,000 acre ranch. It's just amazing what they can do. And look at the elevation change there. He's on top of the ridge, and they'll drop down in that valley and do those tight twisties. This is a super cool race course. I've had a lot of excellent feedback that everybody loves this place. We're used to some of the harder rock sections. There isn't too many of those here, but just the off-camber and just the really tight technical things here make this place really special. Just saw the 88 car of Vance Peterson. I believe he is leading the RS1 class. So great job for him. He's out on his 4th and final lap. So the turbo cars really are showing that the horsepower means something. So I do know that John Matthews was still moving and that John Grounds got towed back to camp. So tough break for him, but like I said, he'll be able to redeem himself in the 4400 class. Another great shot of Jacob Versey. Jacob the blonde ambition Versey. Grizz had to step out for a little bit and handle some safety issues. He's been a great help in the booth with me. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist, and I'll be with you all season long. This is the Big Sky 200. Throttle Down Customs is yours title sponsor. You give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin, Method Race Wheels, Lasernut, Warren, King Shocks, Amsoil, Holly, Boxo Tools, Yukon Gear, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, All Balls Racing Group, Forest River, Progressive, Onyx Off-Road, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, HCR, Speed Straps, Savvy, Squatchbox, Empy, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, PRP, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Spider Tracks, Spicer, and Dana. Without those sponsors, we could not be here today. So please support who supports the sport. And those are all the Ultra4 sponsors. I'll give a rattle down of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series sponsors. Throttle Down Customs is the title sponsor. Elevated Power Sports is the local Can-Am dealer. Can-Am themselves. Warren Ketchum, the landowner. Metalworks for making all the trophies. Montana Drone Company has been helping Hammer King Productions. DRW Performance, Tractor and Equipment, local cat dealer. Jim and Tracy Alignment. J&M Tire, Copyright, Boyd's Garage, AJ Diesel, and European Porta Pots. So that's some of your sponsors. So a huge shout out to those guys. So without them, we would not be racing here today. So again, thanks to all of our great sponsors. So now I've seen John Grounds and John Matthews on the rope of shame. So tough break for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. There's Greg Torney on screen. That was number 59, Austin Painter, coming through, finishing his third lap, heading out on his fourth and final lap, putting him in roughly 8th position. So he's having a great run, part of the Your Series. And again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the TDK Big Sky 200. We are racing just north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana. These drone operators are absolutely amazing what they can bring to our sport. So a huge shout out to Hammer King Productions and Montana Drone for helping put this together. This is going to be a race to the finish. Who's it going to be? Josh Smith, Mike Slauson, Jacob Versey, Mark Welch is still in the hunt. A lot of our fast guys out. There's the 49.57, Zachary Davis out of Placeholder, Arkansas. The dust is thick, but the wind's blowing just a little bit, probably right around the happy medium point. Because a little bit of wind's great, a lot of wind is not. We did leave the line this morning in 1 minute increments. This race is on adjusted time. There's that cool old F100. Still making his way around the course. There are two pits. We have the main Amsoil hot pits here just down the way, and then on the back side of the property there is a remote pit. I do think fueling strategy is going to be huge in this race. Talk to some people. Some people say they need to stop every lap. Some people think they can stop just one time for fuel. I mean, that just goes into strategy. This is a no chase race. Speaking of pits, only Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Associates or Hammer King Safety Crew or fellow racers can help you out on course. Our next race with Ultra4 is the Method Teardown in Tennessee, just outside of South Pittsburgh, Tennessee at the AOP Park, June 25th and 26th. So in 2 weeks, we'll be doing this same thing once again. So be sure to tune in, ultra4racing.com/live. That will be our second race for the Eastern Series. We've also added Sturgis Short Course to the racing series during the 81st running of Bike Week at the Buffalo Chip. JT Goodby and Bird redesigned the course a little bit. That'll be a dual points race for the Western and the Northern Series. We will be racing once again at Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House, September 3rd through the 5th over Labor Day weekend. That is another dual points race for the North and the Eastern Series. And then we'll be finishing out the year with the Nationals, and it'll be once again in Davis, Oklahoma at the Crossbar Ranch. Looks like Jory Haggerty's tuning in from Glendive, Montana. Thank you. Also, Hernandez tuning in from Riverside, California. Got lots of people tuning in all over the United States. Look how cool that ridge is. This is just a vast... Oh, that is Scotts Bluff. Okay. There's the up and then the down. Really cool area. Look how vast this place is. That's a cool aerial drone shot. What an amazing aerial blip. So 4:18, that is Ryan Cumberfeld out of Lake Tapps, Washington, finishing his third lap, heading out for lap 4 with Cumberfeld Racing. Racing his Can-Am Maverick X3. Looks like that's one of the Your Stock Class guys running around. Wait, that could be Josh Pat.
Dad, you got a copy? Yes. Is my Can-Am with you? Yeah. Get in it and let's do a radio check on that one. You guys are probably going to just have to sit there and do it. Radio check. Radio. So now you're going to have to sit in my machine and call me from there. Aaron, can you hear me?
We are here at the TDK Big Sky 200. This is a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing alongside with Ultra4. This is our first race for the Northern Series. Angie Soria, part of AOK Racing, with Arturo Soria's tuned in from Indio, California. You guys had a great showing in the San Felipe race. Great effort by all of you guys. And gals for racing down there with us and tuning in here in Montana. Collie Nelson from North Dakota, rooting on 32G. Thank you for tuning in on the YouTube channel. We've got people tuning in all over the world. Thank you, each and every one of you. This is the TDK Big Sky 200. Still have the 4600 Spider Track stock class out running. Looks like Jack Austin's out of Phoenix, Arizona, rooting on Josh Smith, our current race leader, telling him to bring it on home. Well, Jack, I think you got a pretty good odd right now. Josh Smith has been running one heck of a day, but hey, it's a race to the finish. Anything can happen. To finish first you must finish. Mike Slosson's not too far behind him. Jacob Versi's right on his heels, so it's going to be tight between those top three. Just got information that 428 Greg Turney's out, so tough break for him. He was the young gun that was racing really hard. .919 just crossing the Can-Am start-finish line. I believe he's finishing his third lap, heading out for his fourth and final lap. That was Nathan Smith, the number 919, still making good time in his Can-Am. Looks like Joshua Smith, number 1948, just physically finishes the race in first position. So Joshua Smith started on the pole and brings it home. Is he going to be able to make it stick? Remember, they did leave in 1 minute increments. This race is on adjusted time, but Josh Smith led this race and never once looked back. So a great driving for Josh Smith, no matter how this thing shakes out. So Josh Smith is our physical first place finisher. So Josh Smith out of Castle Rock, Colorado. Smith Brothers Racing just started racing with us in 2018. Has really made leaps and bounds. So again, huge shout out to Josh Smith for physically finishing this race in first position. How's it going to shake up on adjusted time? Only time will tell. Again, it is unofficial, but it's looking good for Josh Smith. Had clean air for most of the day. He definitely dealt with some lap traffic, but he was a man on a mission. So how far back is Mike Slauson, then Jacob Versey? And then I believe Austin Painter's still in the mix. So Mike Slauson started 2 minutes behind Josh Smith, and then Jake Versey started 5 minutes behind Josh Smith. So we still have some time before we can really get an idea how this is going to play out. Again, everything is unofficial until Aaron and Timing gets everything lined out. That'll be a little while, but it's looking good. Great shot of the Can-Am start finish. There's our timing booth with Aaron on our right. She's the glue that holds Yellowstone off-road racing together, with Grizz at the helm. And here comes Mike Slauson physically finishing in second position. And it looks like on adjusted time, unofficially, Mike Slauson in that number 2 spot. So it still looks like it's Josh Smith out front unofficially. But Mike Slauson gave him a run for his money all the way to the end. So where's Jacob Versey? Is he going to be able to shake it up? It's going to be interesting. Well, Grizz, you've been out on course making sure everything's running smooth. How's it been going out there, buddy?
Good. Had some tip overs, some little things, some people coming out of the race. So had to step away and get some people gathered up to get some people out of the course and get their vehicles out of the way. Other than that, it's going good. Yeah, that Mike Slauson came in behind Josh unofficially, about 2 minutes behind him, and 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
They stayed right about that 2-minute mark all day long, so they kind of kept their pace and ran with it, and that's where they felt comfortable. So good for them for both running their own race.
Yes.
But again, unofficially, it looks like it's Josh Smith and then Mike Slauson. Where's Jacob, the blonde ambition Versey? Should be coming into the Can-Am start-finish anytime. Jacob Versey started 2 minutes behind Slauson, 5 minutes behind Josh Smith. So it's down to the wire. He needs to finish soon if he's going to mix up the podium.
We'll have to wait and see, but as they came through last time, it looks like if Mark Welch stays on pace in the 88 car, he might catch him. He was only 0.5 tenths of a second behind the leader on last lap. So if he keeps up on pace, he might have made that up. Be interesting.
But if you play the adjusted time deal, Mark Welch is going to be down there a little bit because it's Josh Smith started first, then it was Mark Welch, then Mike Slauson. So Mike Slauson already definitely has him, and it's already been more than a minute over Josh Smith. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out between Jacob Versey and Mark Welch. Mark Miller's tuning in from Partial, Colorado, cheering on Joe Gold. This is his first race with us, number 4955, so we covered his entry fee. It's really cool to see him racing with us. Hope he does it for a long time, and yes, thank you for the compliment. The coverage is absolutely amazing. Donald Bryant's tuned in. He's saying he wishes the Baja had as good coverage as we do. He's tuned in from Seminole, Florida. Yeah, the Hammer King production crew absolutely has this thing figured out. And we are on 10,000 acres out in the middle of nowhere here in south central Montana. So thanks, Donald, for tuning in. Had one of the Your Mod Trucks cruise through. So it looks like the time is running out for Jacob Versey. Looks like if he can hold it together, he'll still make the podium. But I think, according to my own personal guess, it's Josh Smith, Mike Slauson, and Jacob Versey. Speaking of Jacob Versey, here he comes. Jacob Versey just made it across the Can-Am start-finish line unofficially. Third position. So it looks like it's stuck with Josh Smith, Mike Slauson, and Jacob Versey unofficially. And I think the way it's been playing out all day, that should stick. So again, that is my personal guess. But I'm pretty sure unofficially it'll be Josh Smith, Mike Slauson, then Jacob Versey. So the Ultra4 crew ran strong all day long in the turbo class. You can see that great shot of all those rollers. Gets a little nose heavy. Kind of has those little kicks through these rollers. So you have to keep the right amount of speed. A little too much will get you in trouble. But this is a cool little section. As you drop, make this little hard right, drop into this little wash section. So Grizz, does this part get pretty wet if it rains?
This part did 2 years ago. We had to come out of here and not take this draw. We take it right where they are right there, but then we had to dive out right coming up here shortly. We kind of came up that hill because any further than that, you can kind of see where the dirt is there. That was all solid water, all the way down through that.
Mother Nature definitely plays its tricks on everybody. Like I said, we definitely had some heavy wind Thursday night and Friday, most of the day, but regardless, it's been a beautiful weekend here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway.
You can't tell that there. That made it look easy, but that's a really steep climb up out of that draw.
It's crazy how these drones don't give it justice on how steep things are. I was able to pre-run most of the course, and there's a lot of steep sections here. But Scotts Bluff is probably my favorite section. This is where we ran qualifying right here, just below the Rigid Ridge. There is Matt Torney, I believe. Yes, number 804. That is Matt Torney with Draco Motorsports. Sounds like Greg Torney, his son, took a little tumble earlier. He is okay. He's out of the car. We have assessed the situation, but he did take a pretty good tumble, so he is out of the race. So tough break for Greg, but his dad, Matt Torney, still in the race. There has been action and carnage all over this racetrack. I've seen both of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class cars, John Matthews and John Grounds, on the rope of shame getting towed to the Amsoil hot pits. So unofficially in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, I think it's going to be John Matthews and then John Grounds. There's the Dukes of Hazzard 01. Orange Ford truck still pushing around.
I just said that. Did you guys say Jake Versey finished? Yep. Because we got a comment saying someone got a picture saying broken, of course. No, I physically saw him finish. Okay, cool. Do you want to say something about it?
So again, unofficially in the Can-Am UTV 4900 class, it's Josh Smith, then Mike Slauson, then Jacob Versey. 1, 2, 3 unofficially. I physically have seen all three of them cross the Can-Am start-finish line. Had a little rumor that Jacob Versey was broken down on course, but I physically saw him finish, and he's on our time. 92.27, Robert Taylor heading out for his fourth and final lap, I believe.
That is correct.
He's part of the Ultra4 series, but he's racing along with the Your series in the Production 1000 class. Sounds like Robert Taylor, number 92.27, is calling his day. Was having some kind of issues, but was able to finish 3 laps out of 4. So we'll see where that places him. You do need to finish 2/3 of your race, which that's more than that. That's the 49.55 of Joe Gold. He had some fans tuning in. Joe's out of Tabernash, Colorado. There goes Mark Welsh, so that should put him physically in 4th position. Number 88, Mark Welch with Mark Welch Construction. Physically and on adjusted time, sitting in that 4th position as of now. But remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 1-minute increments this morning. And they've been racing for roughly 3 hours straight. And it's starting to heat up out there. Thank you each and every single person that has tuned in today to the TDK Big Sky 200. This is a joint race for the Ultra4 North Series and the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. So we've got about 6 different classes racing at the same time right now. We have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. John Grounds and John Matthews both broke out of the race. We have the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. Leading this race is Alex Fleming. Haven't seen much out of John Snell or Josh Pat. And then we have the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Unofficially out front is Josh Smith, then Mike Slauson, Jacob Versey in third position, and then in fourth position, Mark Welch.
Just coming through, that was Casey Sepka, one of our guys. So all together in as all UTV is one full class. That bumped Mark down a spot. So Casey
bumped down Mark, so that's the top 5, huh?
Yeah, that would
looking
be the
good.
top 5 right there. Unofficially the top 5. That's with everybody all combined.
Looks like Collie Nelson's rooting on Casey. Her husband's out there racing. Pretty cool to see. Is that who just finished top 4 then?
No, it was a different Casey.
Different Casey, I apologize
what are our
about
chances of getting 2 Casey at the same time? But no, that was Casey that we saw coming through in the 32X car, coming back and
32X, 32G, both
G,
Caseys?
32G, so.
Yeah, you heard me say it a little bit ago. Greg Turney took a pretty good tumble, but we do have him recovered. He was out of the car. We've had radio contact. He said it was okay, but now we have our safety crew out there. They picked him up, and they're going to bring him back to the pits. Car took a pretty good hit, but Greg Turney is okay. So anybody out there tuned in, Greg Turney is okay. Took a pretty good tumble, but everything's looking good. It's always a scary thing that happens. What a wonderful day of racing it has been for the Big Sky 200. And we still have a lot more racing action to come, so be sure to stay tuned in. We'll be right back after this.
Our Can-Ams that we have out here for King of the Hammers are integral in us being able to build a safe environment for racer and Joe Public. We use these things to haul our snow fence, our T-posts, our chain link fence, our bike fence, and our course marking material. So their load capacity, their ability to get across rough terrain with that load, very important. What I look for in a UTV is being rugged, reliable, powerful. These Can-Ams that we've had out here check all those boxes.
Along came a glacier to turn a land of ice into a world of wonder. And while we love getting out there, we need to protect and preserve what's out there so that it inspires just as much awe in those who discover it next. Introducing the Bronco Wild Fund, created by Ford to connect people to the outdoors responsibly.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey, Brett here from Elevated Power Sports, Billings, Montana. We're down here off of the Zoo Drive exit. We are your Can-Am Ski-Doo, Sea-Doo dealer here in Billings, the one and only. We also have Husqvarna motorcycles. If you're interested in power sports, anything, we have anything and everything for everyone. Anywhere from working hard, just a weekend warrior, to just want to get out and have some fun or try something new. We also have tons of accessories to doll them up. Got all your safety equipment, riding gear, and even just some casual wear. We have pretty much everything down here. We are a full service shop. Anything we sell, we can maintain, fix, and get you squared away. Whether it's on the street, on the road, off-road, or on the water, or on the snow, we've got something for you. And make sure you check out our Facebook and Instagram social media pages. We do have a couple demo days coming up. One of them is going to be for the Sea-Doos, and then we'll also have an off-road demo day here to follow. If anybody's looking for anything, come check us out. Probably got something for you. Either that or just come hang out and say hi.
Welcome back, world, to the 2021 Big Sky 200. Here's the unofficial turbo class. Unofficially in first position is Josh Smith, 1948. Second position is Mike Slauson, 307. Jacob Versey sitting in the third position, number 43. Rounding out the top 5 is number 4, Casey Septka, number 5, and 88, Mark Welch. So a great showing by all 5 of those race car drivers. Again, this is unofficial. We got to check everything out, make sure there's no penalties that need to be added, but it's looking pretty safe that that's going to be our podium. And that's just one of the UTV classes. There's still 3 more out there racing, plus our 4500 and 4600, plus their stock and modified. So it's still a lot of racing still out on track. And then at 4:30 p.m. we'll be kicking out the 4400 Unlimited Ultra 4s mixed in with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and the Your Pro class. So we should have, I'm going to guess, around another 40 competitors out on course at 4:30. So be sure to stay tuned in. It's going to be it's already been a great day of racing, and it's only going to get better. So Tracy Snell's giving me a little update. Number 4671, John Snell, is out of the race. They broke a shock mount, had some other issues, so they're limping back. But Aaron's course Oh, Aaron's course workers had a hard time finding them to show them the easy way back, but after a couple hours, they found it, got it coming back. But they're going to get John Dykus back here so we can hop in with Steve Graff, number 4806, for the Brannick Motorsports Legends class. This is a big area out here. So tough break for John Snell. On screens, the 4955 of Joe Gould. Eric Olson and the Your Comp Mod just cruised through the Can-Am start-finish, and there's Joe Gould still running, and he's in a 4-seat Polaris RZR. The longer wheelbase definitely helps in some of these roller situations. And Eric is the leader in the Comp Mod class unofficially. Haven't seen much of Josh Pat either in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So I assume Alex Fleming's still moving. So it sounds like Sherpa Motorsports' Alex Fleming is out of the race as well. So we'll have to see who made it further. So the attrition is definitely setting in. We have broken cars, rolled cars all over this race course. But the Your volunteers have been keeping everything running smoothly. They've had a busy day out there on this 10,000 acre ranch chasing everybody down. Kyle Burkhart, unofficially 6th position. Just crossing the Can-Am start-finish line. So Vince Peterson just went 5th overall in the UTV class, but 1st in the RS1 class. So Vince Peterson just had one heck of a day in that RS1 Polaris RZR. So unofficially 1st place, Vince Peterson, the RS1 class. So number 59, Austin Painter, just finished. I believe he puts him in unofficial 7th position. Brittany Crosby cheering on number 919, Nathan Smith. He's having a smooth day out there. Thank you for tuning in, Brittany. Ultra4Racing.com/live. So we were talking about Josh Pat earlier, and there he's still moving. He's not moving very fast, but he is still moving. And we did hear confirmation that Alex Fleming and John Snell are out of the 4600 Spider Truck stock class. So if Josh Pat can keep on moving, he's on his way to a podium. Remember to finish first. First you must finish. Sometimes all you have to do is keep on going to win your race. And Grizz is telling me unofficially he's made it further than any of the other 4600 Spider Track stock class. So Josh Pat looks like he's going to seal the deal if he can keep on going. We'll check everything out, but with Fleming and Snell out, Josh Pat's got a good day. That was the 622 of Casey Welty. Coming through the Can-Am UTV start-finish line. Back to the aerial drone of Josh Pat. Josh Pat, number 37, out of Denver, Colorado, with Rock Tech Racing. He's in a Toyota truck, stock drivetrain, Fox, BFG, Trail Gear, Alltech, Marlin Crawler, and Warn. Cale Baldick, he was the one that was in here changing a belt for quite a while, but he's still moving out on course. That's a great aerial view of going down Scotts Bluff, and they got the red marker saying it's a danger, so don't go hauling the mail over that one because you'll take a tumble. And somebody's right on his heels, and Josh is a little off pace, so hopefully he sees that and can get pulled over. But the dust is gnarly. You can't hardly see anything behind you.
Yeah, to me that looks like, oh, that is John Owen.
And the number 01?
01 Ford is on him, so this will be interesting shakedown here. Oh, John's going to catch him on this hill.
Maybe give him a little love tap. And I assume he's a two-wheel drive truck, so he's got to keep the momentum going, right?
He's two-wheel drive, but I'm wondering if looks like he's out of power there.
Yeah, something's going on with Josh Pat, so tough break for him. He's going to keep going, but can Owen start on a hill? Yes, he can.
Looks like Owen's going to take him.
Looks
now.
like Josh sees him.
Spinning good, so. Oh, Josh is pulling over for him.
Yeah, so great sportsmanship by Josh Pat, letting Owen around.
And John Owen just can't do it. Oh, no.
All the way to the top, and did he get stuck?
I don't think he's stuck. I think something happened.
And right there where Owen's stuck, I believe, is right where... Oh, no, you can see at the top of the screen is... Our drone operator's right in that area, sorry.
Yep.
So Josh Pat still moving. with Rock Tech Racing.
Oh, he's got
And
his hood
Owen's
open.
out of the Ford with the hood open. Not sure what's going on with him, but tough break there. Looked like he was dumping some water in the radiator, possibly. Maybe he was having a little bit of overheating issues. And I think that could be a common theme with all this dust also. .930, Nathan Thomas just sneaks into the top 10, so great run for him. Looks like 929 in the RS1 class.
Just bumped the overall. Austin Boyd just bumped Nathan out of the top 10.
So Austin Boyd, I think, just moved into the second position in the RS1 class.
Oh, second position, RS1, 9th overall.
And 9th overall, so great run by Austin Boyd. Thank you again for everybody tuning in. This is the Big Sky 200. It's been a great day of racing, and it is not over yet. We're still trying to wind down the 4900, the 4500, and the 4600 class. And up next will be the 4400, the 4800, and the Your Pro class. So while we get everything geared up to finish up this race, we'll take a quick break and be right back after this.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
Along came a glacier to turn a land of ice into a world of wonder. And while we love getting out there, we need to protect and preserve what's out there so that it inspires just as much awe in those who discover it next. Introducing the Bronco Wild Fund, created by Ford to connect people to the outdoors responsibly.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I've been skating contests ever since I can remember. It was pretty intimidating being out there, being so young. I've just learned over the years how to handle those nerves. Instead of letting it get to my head, I've learned how to let it hype me up. This season is really important. It's the first ever summer games for skateboarding. We all want to make it there. It's not going to be easy.
2021.
UTV 96 is inside this car here for the race.
We use the UTV 96 in this car. I'm using the VP UTV 96 fuel.
Thank you, VP Racing Fuels, for keeping me powered and getting me on top of the box.
Welcome to TDK. With Throttle Down Customs, also known as TDK, here we build bumpers and frames for Jeeps and Broncos, and we ship products all over the world. Our bumpers are built right here in the USA, all in Moore, Montana, by skilled craftsmen. All of our bumpers are made from American steel. We have multiple finishes available, from powder coat to bedline to bare steel options. We have 10 to 15 different styles with lots of accessories for Ford, Dodge, Chevy, GM, Nissan, Toyota, Mercedes, Freightliner. If you're looking for a bumper or a frame, you can check us out at throttledowncustoms.com. See all the options we have to offer.
Hey, Brett here from Elevated Power Sports, Billings, Montana. We're down here off of the Zoo Drive exit. We are your Can-Am Ski-Doo, Sea-Doo dealer here in Billings, the one and only. We also have Husqvarna motorcycles. If you're interested in power sports, anything, we have anything and everything for everyone. Anywhere from working hard, just a weekend warrior, to just want to get out and have some fun or try something new. We also have tons of accessories to doll them up. Got all your safety equipment, riding gear, and even just some casual wear. We have pretty much everything down here. We are a full service shop. Anything we sell, we can maintain, fix, and get you squared away. Whether it's on the street, on the road, off-road, or on the water, or on the snow, we've got something for you. And make sure you check out our Facebook and Instagram social media pages. We do have a couple demo days coming up. One of them is going to be for the Sea-Doos, and then we'll also have an off-road demo day here to follow. If anybody's looking for anything, come check us out. Probably got something for you. Either that or just come hang out and say hi.
Hello, early risers, self-starters, and seasoned pros. Let's talk business. Hello, heavy lifters, deal seekers, business owners, and one-man crews. Newcomers, landscapers, contractors, and trailblazers. From nice to meet you to nice to see you again. Whether you're buying or renting, new or used, or just looking for parts and service, you're in the right place when you hear hello and welcome to Tractor and Equipment, your local cat dealer.
And welcome back, world, to the Big Sky 200. It's been a great day of racing thus far, and we've got a couple heavy hitters in here. Unofficially in third position, Jacob Versey. How you doing, buddy?
Doing awesome, man. Doing way good. Super stoked to be here with the third place, for sure.
And give us a quick rundown on what you thought of the course, because it seems like there's been a lot of positive feedback about this race course.
Yeah, the course was super fun. There's not that many racetracks where you can really open it up to like 90 miles an hour and maintain that. So I thought belt issues were going to be a big deal, but it was super fast. But then there's still a bunch of off-camber stuff, a bunch of G-outs, so you've really got to be on your A game.
Yeah, it's a mental game, because when I went pre-run, I was like, man, you could be sending it through here, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's if you don't check, you're gonna flop it.
100%. Having a co-driver and making good notes was absolutely critical at this race to run at the top of the pack. I'm sure Josh would say the same thing. Good notes made a difference.
Absolutely. Yeah, you ran solid in that third position all day long, kept consistent. Did you ever have to stop? I assume you had to stop for fuel at least once.
I actually stopped for fuel 3 times, so
just
I have
better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I have a stock fuel tank, so that was all in the strategy. I came here to secure national points to basically give myself a buffer. We did exactly what we came for, a podium here. I'm 4 for 4 podiums this year, so that's our goal. Huge props to Josh for winning it, but anyway, we came and crushed our goals for sure.
What was your favorite part of the race course? For spectator reasons, back there at Scotts Bluff, where you kind of had that steep up, did the loop, and then steep back down. That was a cool place to watch. We had a live drone back there chasing you guys around on the back side of the course.
Yeah, that spot's cool. As a driver, spots like that are kind of technical and get hot. As a driver, I think everyone would agree. When you can wide open after you're hot and sweaty to 80, 90 miles per hour.
Get a little air conditioning coming through the window.
Lift your visor, get a drink is the greatest spot in any race.
Well, Jacob, the Blonde Ambition Versey, you had a great day out there. Like I said, it's still unofficial, but it's looking like you're going to get a podium run. You've had lots of podiums this season and last season, so great run. And I love your strategy of coming up here for the national points.
Yeah, thanks so much. Appreciate you guys putting on the race, and we had a blast. Thank you.
So before we hand the mic over to Josh, give a little shout out to some of the people that helped you get up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Gladiator Tires, I couldn't do without them. Those guys are awesome. Polaris Razor helps me out. RCV Axles has made a huge difference on my race program. HCR Racing suspension is incredible. I'm running KMC's forged wheels. Super nice. Fox suspension. This car is on rails with the suspension, so I have a ton of guys helping me. Appreciate their support tremendously. I couldn't do it without them.
Well, Jacob Versey, congratulations once again tonight. We'll hopefully throw you a little bit of, give you a trophy and throw you a little bit of cash. Thanks, buddy.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
You know, girl, just got here. Where are we at? We are in just outside of Broadview, Montana, at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway in south central Montana on a 10,000-acre private park. Bailey Cole will be racing here. Let's see, it's 3 o'clock, so about another hour and a half. We'll be kicking off the 4,400, the 4,800, and the Pro Your Series racers. And we might have a little trick up our sleeve on Bailey Cole's car, so be sure to stay tuned in for that. And another special guest, we have Josh Pat. How you doing, buddy? Sorry, Josh Smith. We had Josh Pat still out on course. Josh Smith, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Real good. You started on the pole yesterday. You had an amazing qualifying run. Off the top of my head, was it 4:03? Does that sound right?
I believe so.
Yep. I mean, you kept it smooth in qualifying, and then you got the clean air this morning. How important was that?
That was really vital into getting the distance between me and the next guy.
Yeah, because you had that in your advantage for sure. And then I'm going to guess around lap 3, you started running into lap traffic, I assume, so you started playing a little bit of dust, but those were the slower cars, so I'm sure the passes were a little bit easier.
Yeah, the passes were easy. There's a couple brutal passes in some of those small little canyons, but it worked out well.
And like we were talking to Jacob a little bit ago, how important were the notes in the GPS? Because in the dust, going for those passes, there's some spots where you cannot get out of those 2 tracks, and if you're in the dust, you may not know exactly where you're at. So that's where the co-driver of those notes are key.
So I actually didn't do any notes. We just pre-ran a ton. I did 4 or 5 laps before the race.
Well, that's part of it. And if you can mentally ingrain it, especially, like I said, you had the most clean air out of everybody. And you've been racing with us for now, I believe, 3 years. And you've had a great showing. You're super fast. You remind me a lot of Cole Clark. Just kind of a smaller dude, but getting that car and just you're on rails. So hopefully come out of this race with a podium. You got to be stoked.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, I had a fun chat with, I believe, you and your dad and maybe your co-driver the other day. And you guys were just excited to be here. And now getting a podium, when's your next race going to be with us?
It's going to be Sturgis.
Sturgis. So you're running the entire North Series race, I would assume?
I'm doing West.
You're doing West. Okay. So you just came here just for the heck of it, huh?
Yep, just for fun.
Yeah, this is a cool place. How far? You're out of Colorado, maybe?
I'm in Castle Rock, so it's like 8 or 9 hours.
Okay, so not too bad. But yeah, this is a cool course. I assume you'll be back for this one?
Oh, I will definitely.
Excellent. So I guess we'll see you in Sturgis. Who else helped you get up here to Montana and get your race car on course?
I like my mom and Alan and Jared and Jaden and Eli, my co-driver. They all helped out getting here.
And I think you said you only had a sponsor or 2, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, I'd like to thank American Rock Rods and ZRP.
Well, those are a few of the big names that help us. ZRP's been a huge help in our sport, especially in the UTV scene. And maybe with a few more podiums, you can get a few more sponsors.
Maybe so.
All right. Well, Josh Pat, unofficially first place. Congratulations, my man.
Thank you.
I think it's just that I don't know if there's enough fucking cars. Oh. Yeah, there's fuck all cars.
you want to leave here by 4:30?
Yeah, probably. Is that going to be feasible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Caitlin can just.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out because they're putting everyone off the car, off the line at 4.
Ooh. Yeah. Should be feasible. They'll all be gone by 4.
Okay.
4:15 they'll be all gone. What are they, every minute?
That's what they're doing for this one. But I just don't know.
We can ask.
Realistically, I think 4:30 at the earliest should be fine. 30 minutes to get there. Check in this fucking tiny ass airport. It shouldn't be.
Oh, it'll be quick. That's an hour before we fly.
Yeah, so it should be fine.
I think we just have Caitlin take it.
Thank you again, everybody, for tuning in all over the world. This has been the TDK's Big Sky 200. Thanks again to Throttle Down Customs for bringing this, being the event sponsor for Your. This has been a joint race between Your and Ultra4. This is the first Ultra4 North Series race. Up next, we'll be heading to Tennessee for the Method Teardown in Tennessee, just outside of South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, at the AOP Park. June 25th and 26th, just 2 weekends away. And that is our second race for the Eastern Series. We'll also be heading to Sturgis for the short course race during the 81st running of Bike Week at the Buffalo Chip. JT, Goodby, and Bird, they all redesigned the short course a little bit at the Buffalo Chip, so it should be a lot of fun to see how that's shaken up. That'll be another dual points race for the West and the Northern Series. We'll be once again heading to Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House September 3rd through the 5th over Labor Day weekend. And that's another dual points race for the North and the East. And then we'll end the year out in Oklahoma for the Nationals in October at the Crossbar Ranch. Normally we've raced at the Wild West Motorsports Park, but that park is officially closed. Lots of great memories there, but it's just part of life. That's what's going to happen. So again, huge shout out to Trotter and Justin with Crossbar Ranch for accommodating Ultra4 once again. Need to thank Rural Broadband for the internet. They've given us 3 separate internet connections out here for our live drones and our Hammer King production crew. Need to give a shout out to Montana Drone. They've been helping us here in Hammer King Productions, and we've been sitting in their camper all day long. So again, thank you to those guys. They usually do the live show for the Your series. We need to give our sponsors some love today. We have Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Griffin, Method Race Wheels, LaserNut, Warn, King Shocks, Amsoil, Holly, Boxo Tools, Yukon Gear, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, All Balls Racing Group, Forest River, Progressive, OnX Off-Road. Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, VP Racing Fuels, HCR, Speedstrap, Savvy, Squatchbox, MP, ARB, Rigid, Brannock, PRP, Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, SpiderTrack, Spicer, and Dana. So without those sponsors, we would not be racing here. So again, please support who supports the sport. If you're building a mall crawler, a tow rig, a race car, absolutely anything, please reach out and use those sponsors of Ultra4, because without them, we would not be racing here today. So we'll give some of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series sponsors some love. We have Throttle Down Customs, Elevated Power Sports, Warren Ketchum the landowner, Can-Am, Metalworks for the Trophies, Montana Drone Company, DRW Performance, Tractor and Equipment, the local cat dealer, Jim and Tracy Alignment, J&M Tire, Copyright, Boyd's Garage, AJ Diesel, European Portapots. And some of the volunteers that make this happen for the Your group is Aaron, Grizz, Ethan, and Kelsey, just to name a few. There's also a whole slew of other ones. They have a lot of 4-wheel drive clubs that come out and volunteer. So please, again, support who supports the sport. Those are some of the Your sponsors. The Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. And here's your unofficial leaderboard for the Your UTV Turbo class. In first position, unofficially, Josh Smith, number 1948. Second position, Mike Slauson, number 307. Third position, Jacob Versey, number 43. Number 4, Casey Sepka. Number 4. In fifth spot, Mark Welch, number 88. In sixth position, Kyle Burkhart, number 2959. In seventh position, Nathan Smith, number 919. In eighth position, Austin Painter, number 59. In ninth position, Nathan Thompson, number 930. And rounding out the top 10, Ryan Cumberfelt, number 418. So that's our unofficial top 10. But again, my gut feeling says the top 3 will stick. So a huge shout out to all of those racers. And here's your RS1 class unofficially. Vance Peterson, number 88, takes the top spot. And in second position, Austin Boyd, the number 929 machine. We had a few others that took the start but were unable to finish, so tough break for them. But again, a huge shout out to each and every one that has came out here and raced with Your and Ultra 4. Number 32, Casey Grill making a cross. He's in the modified class, I believe. So we will cut off the Can-Am start-finish line. They will not be sent out for another lap. That was 49.55 of Joe Gould out of Tabernash, Colorado. So Joe Gould got all 4 laps finished. So just outside of the top just outside the top 10. So a great showing for his first race, I believe. Yes, it is. Looks like Casey is tuned in, rooting on her team that just finished, Joe Gould. And Megan Becker's tuned in for the same people. So proud of them. So you got a lot of fans out there for your first race. Super cool. Thank you for tuning in to Ultra4 Racing. There goes Josh Pat. I believe he's our unofficial finisher for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Because John Snell and Alex Fleming both broke, so if Josh Pat, looks like he's going to seal the deal in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Huge shout out to him. Joshua Pat out of Denver, Colorado with Rock Racing and that Toyota truck, stock drivetrain, Fox, BFG, Trail Gear, Alltech, Marlin Crawler, and Warren Winch help him get to the top of that podium unofficially. Be sure to stay tuned in. We will take a quick break here in a little bit, get everything reset and get everything ready for the big race. We'll be racing the 4400 Unlimited Ultra 4 cars, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the Pro class for the Your Series. So we'll give you a quick rundown. Fastest car of the day yesterday was Bailey Cole with that 343. He'll be taking off first. We'll have Brent Burton, John Grounds, Jade and Kyle Wickham, Kevin Porterfield, Jordan Townsend, Bill Kuntz, Tom Prendergast, Jay Schwab, and Tommy Dykstra. In the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, we'll have Jace Nix, Jay Sadler, Bill Schultz, Don Stein, Chance Holloman, This has been the Big Sky 200, and it's been one heck of a day, and we are not over yet, so be sure to stay tuned. Here's our unofficial standings for the UTV class. Top of the box, unofficially, is Josh Smith, number 1948, in second position. Mike Slauson, number 307. Rounding out the podium, unofficially, in third position is Jacob the Blonde Ambition Versi, number 43. In fourth position, Casey Sepka, number 5. Rounding out the top 5 is Mark Welch, number 88. In sixth position, Kyle Burkhart, number 2959. In seventh position, it's Nathan Smith, number 919. In that eighth position, it's Austin Painter, number 59. In that ninth position, it's Nathan Thompson, number 930. And that rounding out the top 10 is Ryan Cumberfeld, number 418. So a huge shout out to everybody in the UTV class. And Josh Smith, fastest UTV of the day, and I believe fastest lap time of the day, just shy of 55 minutes. So here's our unofficial RS1 class. Vance Peterson, number 88, top of the box. In second position is Austin Boyd, number 929. And then the next two didn't finish the race, but in third position, Shane Smith, number 223. And in fourth position, Tim Leach, number 2. So a great day of racing for all of these individuals. In the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, John Matthews did make it further than John Grounds. They both DNF'd, but both are going to make it to the podium. Unofficially, here's our 4600 Spider Track Stock class. Joshua Patt, slow but steady, but made it to the finish line, number 37, unofficially winning the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. Unofficially in second, Alex Fleming with Team Sherpa. And then John Snell rounding out the podium with Proving Grounds Racing. It's kind of a quick rundown of everything that's being shaken up for this race. We're roughly 45 minutes behind, from starting off the Pro class in the 4400 Unlimited and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We'll try to stay as close to on time as we can, but we do have a few cars that are still out, and we need to make sure this race course is safe. So sorry about that. Just a minute, I was kind of giving you the heavy hitters that'll be racing in this next race. In the 4400 Unlimited classes, Bailey Cole, Brent Burton, John Grounds, Jaden Kyle Wickham, Kevin Porterfield, Jordan Townsend, Bill Kuntz, Tom Prendergast, Jay Schwab, and Tommy Dykstra. And in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the fastest in that class is Jeremy Jones, then Steve Graff, Nancy Weichel, Jack Peterson, Anthony Areola, Michael London, Jace Nix, Jay Sadler, Bill Schultz, Don Stein, Chance Holloman, and so it's going to be a great race for these guys. And then the Pro Your Series is going to be Ryan Roller, Jeremy Pulse, CJ Yoakum, Brock Altenberg, Shane Dahlquist, Levi Rhodes, Josh Goodman, Andy Blazer, Annalise Zindler, and Dave Fahimi. So we should have 30 plus racers on this next race. It's going to be a lot of action, a lot of fun. These are the biggest, baddest names in our sport, so be sure to tune in at 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time Zone. Tune in to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the King of the Hammers Facebook page, hit that share button. Go to the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing YouTube. You can check it out there. You can go to the Hammer King Production YouTube. So number 408, Cale Baldick, just finished. He was the one that was changing his belt just a little bit ago. Looks like he'll be unofficially in the 15th position. And also just a moment ago, we saw number 3, Danny Wright, finishing. He's in the comp mod. Looks like Danny Wright did finish all 4 laps, so he'll be sitting pretty in that class. Part of the Your Series. There's been a lot going on, so we appreciate everybody for staying tuned in. What a great day of racing it has been thus far. Another Your UTV just finished. And the dust is still thick. The wind is blowing just a tick. That'll definitely help. That's a great shot of our Can-Am start-finish line. While we're winding down this race and getting ready to start the next race, we'll give you a little highlight from El Rey de las Bajas down in San Felipe just a few weeks ago. All right, how cool was that down in San Felipe just a few weeks ago? We are here in Montana, and up next is going to be the Method Teardown in Tennessee at the AOP Park. Just in 2 weeks, June 25th and 26th. So it's a great look at what these cars can actually do. They were down in Baja. Now we're in the northern desert, and we're heading to the tight trees in the woods. We'll be doing Sturgis and Crandon, which is kind of a short course style. We started the year off at King of the Hammers. These cars can do absolutely everything. They are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. They can do it all, and they can do it all well. There goes the 25-17, part of the Your Series. Getting the checkered flag at the Can-Am start-finish line. Jacob Versey just unofficially finished in third position in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, giving Ray a shout-out. Jacob ran strong all day long, so a huge shout-out. It looks like he's going to end up in that third position on the podium. So it looks like we have a few more cars out on course, so we are going to have to delay the start to this next race for the 4400 Unlimited class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and the Pro Your class. So we're going to delay roughly a half hour, so hopefully at 5 p.m. Mountain Time Zone we'll be kicking off the next race. We'll also try to fit in some awards in there sometime. So we do apologize, but again, safety first is our number one concern. So we definitely want to make sure everybody has a safe track to race on. So that's just part of the deal. So we will be racing into the dark, very possible. I'm going to expect right around that 50 to 55 mark for the fast time laps. Can they beat Jason Blanton's lap a couple years ago of 48 minutes? It's going to be close. We'll have to see. So be sure to tune in. Stay tuned in, ultra4racing.com/live. Get on the King of the Hammers Facebook. Hit that share button. Start a watch party. Get on the Ultra4 Instagram and hashtag it up. Here comes the 856 car, part of the Your series. K79 grabbing the checkered flag, part of the Yours series. It's still been a great day of racing. We're about a half hour away from kicking off our next race. We are sorry about the delay, but that's just what we got to do to keep this everybody safe. So while we have a quick break in the action, we'll be right back after this.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
Along came a glacier to turn a land of ice into a world of wonder. And while we love getting out there, we need to protect and preserve what's out there so that it inspires just as much awe in those who discover it next. Introducing the Bronco Wild Fund, created by Ford to connect people to the outdoors responsibly.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome to TDK. For Throttle Down Customs, also known as TDK, here we build bumpers and frames for Jeeps and Broncos, and we ship products all over the world. Our bumpers are built right here in the USA, all in Moore, Montana, by skilled craftsmen. All of our bumpers are made from American steel. We have multiple finishes available, from powder coat to bedline to bare steel options. We have 10 to 15 different styles with lots of accessories for Ford, Dodge, Chevy, GM, Nissan, Toyota, Mercedes, Freightliner. If you're looking for a bumper or a frame, you can check us out at throttledowncustoms.com. See all the options we have to offer.
Welcome back to the Big Sky Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. We're winding down on this race and getting ready to kick off the 4400 and the 4800 and the Pro Your classes. We're hopefully about 20 minutes away, maybe 25 from kicking off this next race. So grab you some fresh beverages, get the burgers on the grill. It's going to be a great night of racing. believe that was John Owen crossing the Can-Am start-finish line. Number 01. John runs in the stock class for the Your Series. Sounds like John Owens will unofficially be in that 4th position. Great effort by him all day long. We saw him having some overheating issues or something. We saw the hood open out by Scotts Bluff.
them on the other side of the fence. Yeah. Straight across the miles.
There's a great shot of our next classes getting ready to take off. There's Mr. 13, Bailey Cole, our pole setter, with a 3:43 lap time yesterday in qualifying. Got those 7 important points. To his left, on our left, there's Doc Jeremy Jones, the fastest qualifier in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. See a few of the other cars already getting out of here, getting a head start on their way home. And there's the Ultra4 F450 front and center. That's Dave Cole's ride. There's a lot of spectators here. It's an absolutely beautiful day out here at the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. We're hopefully about 10 minutes out from sending out the fast guys and gals. Bailey Cole's actually got his girlfriend in riding shotgun. Be a lot of fun to see. Bailey Cole beat the entire field by 17 seconds during qualifying. So before this race, we're going to run out of time, so we're going to have to cut all of our feeds. So you will lose this. You will have to log back in, but be sure to tune back in to get the fastest guys and gals in our sport. So we'll take a quick break, reset everything. Make sure to log back in, ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Your YouTube, go to the King of the Hammers Facebook page, and log back in here in just a few minutes. We'll be right back after this.